Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting at quarter to 10, that is 9:45 a.m. And appeal to all of those who've already logged in. Please do not use the question and answer box for any of your general comments or questions. Please use the chat box for any general comments or questions. The question and answer box is only for your questions for presenters to deal with the content of their presentations. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the national virtual launch of the National Department of Employment and Labor's Hazardous, the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021. I'm Ashraf Ratcliffe and your host on behalf of the Department of Employment and Labor in partnership with the National Institute for Occupational Health, the NIOH. The NIH is a specialized division of the National Health Laboratory Services, the NHLS. And we are quite pleased today to partner with the Department of Employment and Labor, and great thanks to all of those within the Department of Employment and Labor, as well as the NIH, who has played a big role in the background in preparing for today's virtual launch of the regulations for hazardous chemical agents, 2021. And so we have a program drafted by the National Head Office of the Department of Employment and Labor, and we will be having the initial welcome by the Chief Inspector, Mr. Thibaut Zana, and that is followed by the message of support from the the Executive Director of the National Institute of Occupational Health, that's Dr. Spoor Galamono. That is followed by the presentation on managing the risk of hazardous chemicals. We would have had the Director General, Mr. Tobile Lamati. Unfortunately, Mr. Lamati had to be called to a very urgent alternative engagement by his senior, and we will be having that particular presentation done by the Deputy Director General. That's the Inspector General, Ms. Aggie Moilwa, and the following speaker is the background on the regulations by the senior specialist, but that is Ms. Bulelwa Huna, followed by a short comfort break, and that will be a break that we would all want you to enjoy and return approximately at about 11:30 when we resume. After the break, we have the regulations for hazardous chemical agents done by the Department of Employment and Labor Specialist, Ms. Elise Lawrence. That's followed by Dr. Greg Q, who's a member of the TC7 committee that had played a key role in contributing to the drafting of the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents. And Dr. Greg Q will be dealing with the utilization of BEIs in a medical surveillance program. That is then followed finally by the representative from BUSA, and that's Ms. Deirdre Penfold, and she'll be dealing with the GHS implementation and industry perspective. So we have a full program, and without much ado, I'm going to ask the welcoming address to be done by the Chief Inspector, Mr. Thibaut Zana. If Mr. Zana could just check his audio and video, that would be great. And then I can hand over to Mr. Zana a few admin announcements. Please, to all of our attendees, we have reached the maximum of 1,000 logins for the Zoom webinar platform. When you do want to make general comments, use the chat box. That's the one with the single speech bubble. For the Q&A box, the one with the 2 speech bubbles, that's the place we can only type your questions for our presenters related to the content and related to the launch of this particular regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021. So welcome again to the virtual launch of the Department of Employment and Labor's Regulations for Hazardous Chemical Agents 2021, hosted in partnership with the National Institute for Occupational Health. If I could just check on the next speaker. So for this particular session, we have indicated to you that we have the 1,000 maximum. I'm going to post a YouTube link for you now also in the chat box in order for you to share with your colleagues who did not meet the 1,000 maximum limit and could log in before that. They would not be able to log in now, but would be able to watch the live streaming of this regulation launch on the YouTube channel, and I'll be posting that channel on the chat box. If you could share that with your colleagues who have not managed to join us before the limit was reached. The important part here is to any general comments in the chat box and specific questions for the presenters in the Q&A box. Otherwise, we will be too busy in the Q&A box clearing your questions. One final comment about housekeeping. Your microphones and audio or video feeds have been discontinued, or rather deactivated. Apologies. And therefore, your typing of questions in the Q&A box is going to be critical for us to do that. So with not much ado, I'm now going to ask for the welcoming address. Mr. Tibo Zana, my understanding is that you would be doing that, or am I incorrect? Would that be Ms. Aggie Walwa? Okay, just to double check. Can I check in the chat box with all of our attendees, a quick technical check? Could you indicate if you can see my audio, see my video and hear my audio? Okay, great. Thank you very much. There are indications that that is clear. Perhaps what I could ask now, and just quickly swap around our speakers, is to ask for the Executive Director of the NIH, that is Dr. Spo Khalamono. Dr. Spo, are you ready perhaps just to do your message of support? And we will return to the welcome address in a moment. So by means of welcoming the most senior colleague in my organization, the Executive Director of the National Institute for Occupational Health, Dr. Spo Khalamono. Dr. Spo, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rightliff. Are you able to see my screen, and am I audible?
Perfect. Your screen is maximized as well. Your audio is perfect. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. The National Institute for Occupational Health welcomes this launch and is happy to partner with the Department of Employment and Labor, which I will refer to henceforth as the department. I thought, we take it for granted that people understand or know what the National Institute for Occupational Health does or what it stands for. So I thought instead of just doing a welcome, maybe for the benefit of those that haven't interacted with us intimately, just to give a short presentation of who we are and what we do. It won't be too long, and I think it's important for those people that really don't know us. But for those that have interacted with us, there are a few things that are new that you would welcome as I go along. I don't know. Yeah. So this is our beautiful NIOH building. And macrostructure, we get grants from the Department of Health. We are division of the NHLS, the National Health Laboratory Service, and most of you would know about the NICD. We are a sister company to the NICD. This is where we sit. So our mandate is really our mandate, we are a multidisciplinary institute, and we function to develop and support occupational health and safety in the whole country and in the neighboring countries. So the work of the institute is a mixture really of technical professional activities to support the development of policy, to support professional capacity, to support legislation and regulations as it is in today's webinar. As you can see, our full support for that, and also to support all
Apologies, Dr. Spo, apologies for interrupting. Your slide is still on the first slide, if you could just move the slides along. I'm not sure if it's just moving on your screen. Otherwise, I'll have to ask our IT colleagues to share it from their side. Could you just try either clicking or using the arrows or resharing with us?
Let me try and reshare. It was moving on my side.
Okay, so if there is some difficulties, I can also do it from my side. So if you could reshare from your side.
Let me try reshare. Can you see it?
Yes, if you could maximize it for us, we can see your first slide. It's currently.
Can you see, is it maximized?
Not yet. I think it might be the little small screen at the bottom right-hand side, next to the little book.
I'm clicking on that one. I'm also clicking on, on top, clicking from, anyway. Maybe then IT comes, then we will see if maybe IT can assist us.
Okay, I'm going to do it.
Maybe you can try to click F5 and see if you can get into slide mode. F5 on your keyboard.
I've done so.
Okay, Dr. Spoor, I'll share for you.
Still no change.
If you could unshare yours.
Okay, I think let me proceed so that we don't waste time.
Okay, can you see the slides, Dr. Spoor?
Okay. I proceed, Ashraf?
Yes, please do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you see the second slide of the building?
Okay. Go to the next slide, Ashraf. Okay, thank you. I see people can see slides now, all good. Let's proceed, Ashraf. I'm done with this one. Okay, I was on this one. So we also provide coordinated disease, sorry about that, coordinated disease and injury surveillance and specialized and strategic services. And this includes specialized laboratory services. And the emphasis there is on specialized because we don't do routine work. Our work is specialized specifically for occupational health space or arena. Thank you. Next slide. So as you can see on this slide, the NIOH provides occupational and some environmental health and safety services across the public and the private sector. And I think it's important that people understand that we initially started as a public good, but recently, as we all know, the economic situation in the country, unfortunately, we have to charge for some of the services, if not all the services, where we can recoup the money and break even with whatever we are doing just to stay afloat, just like any other SOE in government. So essentially, we achieve all that we do through knowledge generation and innovation, which is essentially research, teaching and training, and specialized services. And our emphasis is really prevention of occupational diseases and injuries. So we have quite a lot of partnerships, governmental entities, public entities, local international partnerships, universities and other institutions. And also we have a very strong link with the trade unions, the NGOs and other businesses. Next slide, thank you. So I did speak about our partnership with international entities. So we are the World Health Organization Collaborating Center for Occupational Health. And I think at the moment we are the only one in the region, in the African region. And we're also recently nominated at the Center of Excellence by the Mine Health and Safety Council. And we share this with other centers, 3 centers within South Africa. And the Institute also, we work closely with the ILO. Most of us are part of committees at ILO and also at WHO. And also our institute has SANAS accredited specialized laboratories. As I speak today, some of the scopes and methods are being assessed today by SANAS auditors. So we do cover quite a large scope, but we are very clear this is only for occupational health and safety and for specialized services as such, and not necessarily for anything else. So as I said, our services are teaching and training. We do respond to outbreaks like we did during Corona, and we responded in a way that filled a gap in terms of the webinars that we did, risk assessments, and all the topics that we felt people needed out there. And we got some valuable input that indeed our services were welcomed by everybody. We also offer advisory services for occupational health nurses and doctors. We also run a hotline here for those services where a doctor or a nurse or even a union member can call in to find out what, or to get help with any situation within the workplace. And as I mentioned, we do research, no blue skies research. We try and limit ourselves to research that will inform policy and that will be implementable. Thank you. And specialized services, I'm just going to mention a few of the sections that we have. We have pathology services, occupational medicine and hygiene, microbiology and immunology, toxicology. We also have a division of epidemiology and surveillance. And surveillance, most of you would know about the occupational health surveillance system. And analytical chemistry, we also dwell on HIV and TB and health systems. And the next slide, please. And we also have an information services where you can get all the information you need. And we also have our own safety, health, and environment. Our safety, health, and environment discipline is not with quality, so our quality is with the biobank. We host one of the 3 biobanks in the whole of the South African region. Thank you. And I think this one we can pass. It's more around the research that we do. And teaching and training, I think what is important is for people to understand and know that recently now we have some of our training courses accredited, and we are in the process of accrediting quite a few of the courses to a point where when someone wants to get a certificate in a specialized area, we would be able to do so. So we've just started and we hope to grow in that field. Thank you, Ashraf. And I did mention the specialized services. I'm not going to go into each one of them. So please go further, Ashraf. I think at the end, go further. At the end, I have a slide where if you need anything, you would be able to send an email or go to our website. Not here yet. Yes, on our website for you to get a little bit more information. So just a message of support from the NIOH. We are excited about this launch, and our staff sit in technical committees at the Department of Labor, and one being this hazardous chemical agents, where they have made valuable contributions to the regulations being launched today. And I'm very, very pleased that moving forward, the partnership continues to ensure that we, both us and the Department of Labor, fulfill our mandates. This launch and collaboration further strengthens our links not only with the Department of Employment and Labor, but with all the other governmental departments. And it reaffirms the ongoing mutually beneficial relationship between us and the Department of Employment and Labor. So the NIOH really welcomes more opportunities like this one, noting that the number of regulations under review or in line for review currently are still around, and most of the NIOH employees and staff members contribute to this. So thank you so much. And the reason we agreed to use host on the platform and do it jointly is just to re-emphasize that the NIOH is there to support all governmental entities, particularly the Department of Labor and Department of Employment and Labor and the Department of Health in all their endeavors. So thank you so much. There is on this last slide our website. If you need anything, I did run very, very quickly around our services. If you need to know about our special services, please drop us an email or go to our website or our Twitter as well. You'll find some more information, but specifically our website, but any specific information, please drop us an email on info@nioh.ac.za. Thank you so much and all the best for the fruitful day ahead. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you very much. That's the Executive Director for
Mr. Program Director.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Spoor. Thank you very much, Dr. Spoor, the Khalamono, who's the Executive Director of the National Institute
Ashraf,
for Occupation.
We can't hear you. I'm not sure whether you're muted or not, but we can't hear you. We can see your lips moving, but we can't hear you.
Apologies. Let me just do that.
We still cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Can people hear Spoor Khalamono? So you can hear Spoor, but you can't hear Ashraf. Yes, Dr. Ashraf, we can't hear you.
We can hear you, Dr. Spoor. We can also hear Ashraf.
Okay.
We can hear both of you.
Oh, they say they can hear both. Yeah. That's fine. Yes, Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Ashraf. I think it was a technical glitch on my side. Thank you.
Of the National Institute for Occupational Health. So I'm going to ask colleagues just to mute their microphones on their side. And I'm now going to ask.
They did a sub, they had the.
Okay, so I've just muted some of our microphones on our side. Apologies for that technical glitch. That was Dr. Spoor Khalamono, the Executive Director of the National Institute for Occupational Health. Thank you very much for that warm welcome and giving our attendees a sense of the services that the NIOH is providing. I'm now going to ask Mr. Tibor Zana to please do the welcoming address on behalf of the Department of Employment and Labor's head office, the Minister and the Director General. Mr. Zana, if you could just check your audio and your video. I can see your video, sir.
Thank you. The Program Director, thank you very much, and good morning and a very warm welcome to all our guests today. Dr. Khalamono, you gave us a reason why you're here. I thought it was because you liked us as a department. Nevertheless, thanks for being here. We would, of course, like to extend our welcome to the Inspector General, my boss, of the Department of Employment and Labor. She is running the branch inspections and enforcement services and is responsible nationally for the inspectors. To the Executive Director of the National Institute of Occupational Health, Dr. Khalamono, that you've just heard now, and also the Executive Director of the Chemical Association, specifically known as KAYA, and representatives of the chemical industry. A warm and special welcome to our partners from Kemi in Sweden, with whom we have had quite a long relationship, and who's also our partner in training our inspectors. We do indeed welcome you and thank you for being here. All the role plays in the industry, of course, and it's not just the chemical industry specifically. I'm sure that there are many others that have joined us that plays a secondary role as opposed to a direct role in the sector. Last but not least, of course, welcome to all our inspectors. The promulgation of these regulations then marks an important milestone for the chemical industry in South Africa, as the domestication of the globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals into our legal framework has been long awaited. It's been going for some time. And as I've sat with the TC over time, and also have been exposed to some of the issues in their discussions, this has definitely been a regulation that has been thoroughly, been given attention to, and I would love to see the implementation of it. So the GHS then, as it is known, is an internationally agreed upon standard on the classification and labeling of chemicals, which informs uniformity across the board. About 66 countries have adopted or are in the process of adopting the GHS, most notably some of our biggest trading partners, namely China and the European Union. South Africa, of course, has now joined the fray. As the International Labour Organization was the main initiator of the GHS and made major contributions to the system's development, GHS's global implementation remains a priority for the ILO and thus for the Department of Employment and Labour. The goals then, very, very important, of the GHS are threefold. Amongst others, of course, these are the key aspects that it seeks to achieve: enhance the protection of human health and the environment by providing an internationally understood system, provide a recognized framework to develop regulations, of course, for countries, and then to facilitate international trade in chemicals whose hazards have been identified on an international basis. Of course, when things move between countries, we talk about the fact that we are a global family, as it were, and we have equipment in our country, as an example, that only the manufacturers can read what is on that equipment. The rest of us have no idea, and that, of course, is a problem when it comes to chemicals. So we do welcome the fact that we are part of this bigger family and that we are sharing the same sort of standards. Aligning then with GHS provides many benefits, which includes hazardous classification criteria that are more comprehensive and which improves the ability to indicate severity of hazards. The new hazard classes are included, and physical hazard criteria are consistent with the UN recommendations on transport of dangerous goods model regulations, or the UN Orange Book, as it is commonly referred to. Industries around the world use a wide range of different chemicals to create products and use in their processes. Many of these chemicals have been designed to have properties that can make them, of course, very dangerous. Given the fact that companies from around the world often work together to use, store, and ship these chemicals, it is important to have one set of safety communication standards that will make it easy for everyone to understand the risks. And this, of course, is fulfilled by the GHS. Although GHS is now a requirement in our country, South Africa, like many other countries such as Japan, China, Canada, Australia, and Korea, do not require GHS classification and labeling for cosmetics at the retail stage. Since they are subject to separate legislation, it is thus generally expected that cosmetic ingredients and cosmetics in bulk form will require GHS labeling and safety data sheets due to likely work exposure, while finished cosmetic products do not require GHS labeling. On a more practicable level, of course, for workers and consumers, what can we expect to see on chemicals, chemical labeling that is GHS compliant? GHS requires 6 label elements. The signal word indicates the hazard level, hazard pictograms, manufacturer's information, precautionary statements, hazard statements, and product name or identifiers. Just from this short list, the benefits for anyone reading or viewing a chemicals label should be apparent to all, as vital information is being communicated to one. In its plan, of course, of implementation adopted in Johannesburg in September 2002, the World Summit on Sustainable Development encouraged countries to implement the GHS as soon as possible. Although the implementation of the GHS has been voluntary in South Africa since 2005, we are grateful that this legal requirement is finally within our reach. As a Department of Employment and Labour, of course, we are aligned to the regulations with the 8th revised edition of the GHS published in 2019, and this makes us one of the first countries to do so. Industry will have an 18-month transition period, of course, quite important that we allow you an opportunity to make sure that you comply with the requirements to implement the GHS for both single substances and mixtures. This means then, and this is quite important for you, by October 2022, we should have only GHS compliant chemicals in the work environments within South Africa. The first thing that needs to be done then when implementing GHS is to provide training to all. Key to everything that we do in South Africa is making sure that people are conversant with what they're working with. The Department of Employment and Labour has been working hard on its training its inspectorate along with other government officials on the GHS since 2012. So this has been a long time in the making, with the assistance, as I've mentioned, of our partners such as Chemi on the international side. Finally, I would like you to sit back in your virtual ergonomically compliant environment, of course, and join us today as we launch this regulation that will certainly have a tangible impact on our chemical industry and our workers' health and safety. And of course, our inspectors will be prepared on the ground, not only to make sure that you comply, but to assist you in complying with these regulations. In closing, thank you to the National Institute for Occupational Health that has once again partnered with the department's inspection and enforcement branch to bring you this virtual session today. Chairperson, thank you very much, and we do appreciate the opportunity. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Chief Inspector, Mr. Tibor Zana, doing the welcoming address on behalf of the Department of Employment and Labour, who today, as he's mentioned, is launching the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021. Thank you very much for that. I now immediately hand over for the next presentation on managing the risks of hazardous chemicals to the Inspector General, that is Ms. Aggie Moilwa. If Ms. Moilwa could just share her screen, her video and audio, and check if that works. In the meantime, a quick administrative announcement. For all of those who are continuing to type general comments in the question and answer box, please keep the question and answer box only for your questions specific to the content of the presentations. That will be very much appreciated. I have just also, for your purposes, uploaded onto the chat box the link to the YouTube live streaming. If there's any colleagues who could not manage to join us and log in before we reached the 1,000 maximum login limit for this Zoom webinar. That particular recording on YouTube would also be available after the webinar has been completed on that, I think, same link that is on the NIOH's YouTube channel. And then for your general comments, you can use the chat box. I will repost that YouTube link there again. So our next speaker is going to be the Inspector General or the Deputy Director General, that is Ms. Aggie Molwa, who's going to speak to the input and presentation managing the risks of hazardous chemicals. Ms. Molwa, just to check on your audio and video.
Thank you, Chairperson. I trust that you can hear me.
Perfectly, please proceed.
Please allow me not to switch on my camera just to enhance the quality of my speaking, because it does interfere from time to time if my camera is on. I trust that I've got a picture saved and I'm smiling there. So hopefully people can see at least a picture of me. Once again, Chairperson, Mr. Raycliffe, thank you so much. And I do appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate also the fact that NIOH is always available and always come to the party, something that as a department we do not take for granted. And at this point, I just want to record the apologies of both my political principals. The minister would have loved to be here. Unfortunately, he's held elsewhere. The deputy minister couldn't make it either. And until this morning, the DG was on course to come and grace the occasion. And however, things happened and is unable to be part of these proceedings. If the attendance that I've picked up on online is anything to go by, indeed, people are quite prepared to make sure that they clearly these matters are close to our hearts, and people are prepared to make sure that they put their worth as far as making sure that our environment, our people, and are taken care of in terms of health and safety. I think Thibault, in his opening remarks, he sort of spoke to protocols. I just want to add that I recognize the presence of our stakeholders in the form of organized labor, organized business, my fellow presenters, our special guests, including colleagues from Sweden, our clients, and last but certainly not least, our foot soldiers, people that are on the ground, people that are where the tire hits the tar road, our inspectors. Thank you for joining us today as we officially launch the regulations for hazardous chemical agents that were promulgated on the 29th of March 2029 by the Minister of Employment and Labour. As the Department of Employment and Labour, we have taken a conscious decision to be part of a journey and the team that contributes to sound chemical management through our legislations and policies. And through this expedition, we are contributing to the long-term overarching goal of sound chemical management. This, as you know, is meant to successfully contribute to both improved human health and well-being, environment, quality, economic growth, as well as poverty reduction by promoting preventive chemicals control through the sound management of chemicals globally. It is common knowledge that the government machinery of the day is preoccupied with economic reconstruction and recovery. And certainly what we're talking about today has got its place in that context. The objective of sound management of chemicals is to apply managerial best practices to chemicals throughout their life cycle to either prevent and or minimize the potential exposure of people and the environment to toxic and hazardous chemicals. The environment is all we have. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a responsibility to preserve it also for future generations. Chemical usage is not a huge part, plays a huge part in our daily lives. We need to be mindful of their aftermath in our lives and the environment. This requires strengthened governance, improved techniques and technologies in the area of production, usage, storage, disposal, and recovery of chemicals. In 2002 in Johannesburg, the plan of implementation, the strategic approach to international chemicals management was endorsed. This is also known as the SAICM. As you know, we are big on acronyms. This renewed the comprehensive commitment from Agenda 21 to the sound management of chemicals throughout their life cycle and of hazardous waste. This was for sustainable development as well as protection of human health and the environment, amongst others. It was aimed that this will be achieved by 2020. And as you know, 2020 has come and gone. The onus being on us to ensure that chemicals are used and produced in ways that lead to the minimization of significant adverse effects on humans and the environment, as I mentioned earlier. This further meant inclusion of support to developing countries in strengthening their capacity to the sound management of chemicals and hazardous waste by providing technical and financial assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that you belong to a global village. We coexist amongst societies. Some of the key elements of realizing sound chemicals management include the following. Number one, the development of legislation, the building of institutional capacities, availing enforcement mechanisms, and allocating finances. South Africa has joined the South African development community in efforts to closely integrate, cooperate, and share in the intensive burden to provide resources of a variety of chemicals-related issues such as sound chemical management, data collection and sharing, basic research, evaluation, approvals, and other regulatory actions. South Africa utilizes the Inter-Organization Program for the Sound Management of Chemicals, the Toolbox, also known as IOMC, which is an internet-based tool that enables countries to address specific national problems in chemicals management. The IOMC Toolbox is a problem-solving tool that enables countries to identify the most appropriate and efficient way and actions to address issues specific to national problems related to chemicals management. It also includes updating of legislation and adoption of international systems such as the GHS. The toolbox further identifies the available resources that will help the country to address the identified national problems. Special focus is given to identifying simple, cost-effective solutions to national chemical management issues. As we have promulgated the regulations for the hazardous chemicals agents, these regulations define both occupational exposure limits, number one, and number two, biological exposure indices. These are common tools used internationally to evaluate and control exposures to chemicals in the workplace. Our new OELs and PEIs, for the most part, have a link to the threshold limit value established by the American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienists. This provides our OELs with a health-based departure point, as it were. The threshold limit value of chemical substances is believed to be a level to which a worker can be exposed to day after day for a working lifetime without adverse effects in the absolute majority of instances. And of course, anomalies may occur. Strictly speaking, really, TLV is a reserved term of the American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienists. The TLV is an estimate based on the known toxicity in humans or animals of a given chemical substance and the reliability and accuracy of the latest sampling and analytical methods. The TLV is a recommendation by the ACGIH with only a guideline status. Occupational exposure limits have been established for airborne workplaces chemicals by multiple regulatory and authoritative organizations around the world for well over 60 years. In its effort to contribute to the sound management of chemicals, the department undertook the following activities. Number one, national policies and legislations development, including prescribing what I spoke about earlier on that involve OELs as well as PEIs. And of course, inspections and enforcement. This includes coordinated inspections. We are big on partnerships and we're also big on making sure that we work with relevant government departments. So this also includes awareness training programs in cooperation with other related government departments. We also collaborate with international agencies such as the ILO and NEPAD. The strengthening capacity within the department through partnering on training, some of it international, with other countries such as Sweden. I mentioned earlier on that we've got the Swedish delegation in our midst, and for that we are grateful. So we've had training through KEMI, the Swedish Chemical Agency. And lastly, we collaborate and coordinate within the SADC region in various activities. In closing, Chairperson, I'd like to echo the UN Human Rights Council statement, and I quote, "The enjoyment of the right of each worker to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health can be undermined by unsafe exposure to hazardous substance at work." Close quote. With those few words, I wish you a good webinar today, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much. That was Ms. Aggie Moilwa, the Inspector General, bringing to us the managing the risk of hazardous chemicals input with regard to the background and the international context and framework, as well as our own local national context and framework with regard to this new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Moilwa. Our next presentation is going to be by the senior specialist, Ms. Bulewa Huna, who's going to deal with the background to the regulations and be giving us much more detail on the process involved there. I'm going to ask Ms. Huna just to share her slides and to check her audio with us. There have been some questions on the chat. Please, for those who are raising their hands in the Zoom facility, unfortunately with 1,000 people, we cannot allow you to contribute with your audio. We're going to ask you to type your questions in the question and answer box. And with not much ado, I'm going to ask Ms. Bulewa Huna, Senior Specialist of the National Department of Employment and Labor's head office, who's going to deal with the background to the regulations. And over to you, Ms. Huna.
Thanks, Ashraf, and morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please proceed. Thank you.
Are the slides also showing?
Yes, perfect. It's maximized.
Okay. Thanks, and good morning to everyone. Some of the aspects that will be addressed in the presentation have already been mentioned by the Inspector General and the Chief Inspector. So it's important to also re-emphasize such issues, as occupational health and safety is very important in our daily lives. So those are the aspects that we'll be addressing. So we look at how OSHA's occupational health and safety links to sustainable development, look at the international adoption of GHAs, the international utilization of OELs and BIs. Then every time in any presentation, we need to have a take-home message, like we've had the one from the DDG that was echoed from the statement at the UN. We know in our daily lives that chemicals, we can never live without them. They are used in everyday products that we're exposed to, the cell phones that we use every day and give to our children, the water that we drink every day has been purified using chemicals, the water bottles that we use, the home furnishings and the home touchings that we have, the sports equipment that we use, the medical devices, even the clothing that we use has got some part of chemical in it in some other form. As these chemicals are used in the daily products, they have to be tested, classified, labeled, or tracked so that everything that is being used, it can be in no way it's come from, how it was tested, how it was classified, labeled, or tracked. So at the end of the day, the consumers will ensure that they are protected. Except for the incidents that get reported, the International Labour Organization has estimated that there are more than 600,000 deaths a year that result from exposure to hazardous agents. So we can see that although we use chemicals daily in our lives and they are intertwined in our lives, there are people that do lose their lives with respect to such exposures. When we look at the statistics by the international labor organizations, annually across the globe, there are about 270 million occupational accidents that get reported. And this includes accidents due to chemical exposures. There are also about 160 million occupational diseases that get reported. You can see there's a huge difference between the two numbers because there's a gross underreporting of occupational diseases. And some of that figure includes diseases as a result to chemical exposures in the workplace. The ILO also estimates that about 4% of the world's gross domestic product is lost due to accidents and work-related diseases. And that money could have been used to invest more in preventative programs to make sure that human life is preserved and the quality of life is maintained. As regulators in any country, we have never and we will never accept the proposition that injury and disease go with the job. When, as workers, we sell our labor to the employer, the expectation that when you go home as you were through the preventative programs that are in the workplace. And also when you retire or resign, you go and enjoy retirement as you were. When we look at occupational health and safety and sustainable development, occupational health and safety is a very key facet to the achievement of Agenda 2030 because it supports economic sustainability in any country. Because when you look after the health and safety of workers in the workplace, that has got a positive spin-off in the outcomes in terms of productivity, and that improves investments in any country. When we look at Agenda 2030, it embraces 3 dimensions of sustainability. We look at economic, social, and environmental aspects, because all these 3 aspects are intertwined. Therefore, the legislation in each country assists in addressing such issues. Hence, we have the regulations for hazardous chemical agents, which were promulgated in terms of Section 43 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act number 85 of 1993 as amended. That is the power that has been given to the minister in terms of that section. So when that legislation is developed through the tripartite structures under the advisory council, then the minister, when the council advises him, the minister will promulgate in terms of Section 43. Hence, we're having this launch today. In terms of the SDGs, there are about 17 goals that have a human-centered approach. These goals, they give the international community a framework for tackling the many challenges that are confronting humanity. And these challenges include those that are faced in the world of work. And this includes issues of chemicals. Specifically, I want us to look at SDG 8, of which in our country, it translates to outcome 4 of the National Development Plan. So both SDG 8 and outcome 4 of the National Development Plan, they look at promoting an inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment creation, as well as decent work for all. And this is also the vision of the Department of Employment and Labor, because our vision speaks both to SDG 8 and outcome 4. So with reference to the chemical industry, the ILO has also estimated that there are approximately 20 million people who are economically active in the global pharmaceutical, the pharmaceutical, rubber, and tire industries. And such people in these sectors, they need to be protected because whatever gets produced there has got an impact on our daily lives. So they also need to be protected. So those are the 17 SDGs which have been translated in the National Development Plan. So that is the SDG 8 that we're looking at, that looks at decent work and economic growth, and that is outcome 4 in terms of the National Development Plan in South Africa. So what are the major changes in relation to the regulations for hazardous chemical agents? Because we used to have regulations for hazardous chemical substances, but now we have moved away from that. We have regulations for hazardous chemical agents. We have looked at incorporating the GHSUN Purple Book. But now as South Africa, we have incorporated the latest version, which is the 8th revision. And this was the 2019 book. So we have also looked at the updating of our occupational exposure limits, because the ones that we had in the old regulations, they were actually very old. And we felt that as the technical committee through advisory council, that not enough protection was afforded to the workers. So the OELs were updated. Then we have also looked at updating the biological exposure index values, so that we can make sure that as we continue to update the regulations, there are some aspects that make us to get aligned with the global community. So when we look at that map, we can see there are different colors. So this shows how GHS has been adopted globally. So there are about 66 countries that have adopted GHS, and these aspects of GHS that get reviewed every 2 years. So when we look at the dark green part, although my colors are not exactly the same, the dark green parts is the countries that have already implemented GHS. When we look at the light green, and that's where South Africa is, it's where it is still voluntarily. But now that we have incorporated it in our legislation, we've got an 18 months transition period, whereby after 18 months, we will look at the green part, whereby it will be compulsory for the country to make sure that each and every chemical that is aligned to our regulations is having aspects of GHS. And then when we look at the yellow parts there in South America, those countries are in the process of implementing GHS. Then the rest of the world, whereby it is dark blue, it is the countries that have not yet adopted GHS. So we can look that as South Africa, we are trying to move towards what the global community is doing, as we know that we are part of the global community. So in terms of the adoption of GHS in South Africa, when you look at the different chemical products, those are the different pictograms that you need to expect to see in the different products that you'll be working through. And these will be linked to the safety data sheets, so that with any chemical that you'll be working with, you know what are the requirements to make sure that the workers or the end users are protected. Also, we have looked now into having safety data sheets. We have moved away from material safety data sheets, and there are new requirements that have put in place with respect to GHS. And through this 18-month period, we expect now that there is a phase-in period whereby companies will look how now they make sure that they review everything and align to the GHS requirements, so that at the end of the 18 months, when the inspectors start inspecting with respect to GHS, they already have those issues in place addressed. And the review will be every 5 years. When we look at international utilization of OELs, each country has got its own OELs adopted, and each country uses its own technology, its own nomenclature. So when you look at the UK, they've got their workplace exposure limits. Then the USA, they've got the permissive exposure limits. And then the German has got that difficult work, you can call it the Mark HGW. I'm not German, I wouldn't know how to pronounce it. And then in Australia, they've got the work exposure limits. And then in South Africa, we've got the occupational exposure limits. All these are meant to ensure that workers are protected from health risks due to hazardous chemicals. We have not legislated the use of TLVs in South Africa. These TLVs are only health-based and are used as a guidance only, and they are used as a reference also in our country, as also other countries are doing that. So the take-home message that we want to give as the department, with the incorporation of GHS in our legislation, the updating of OELs, and also of updating of BEIs, we want to make sure that the preventive component is strengthened so that this contributes to the health and safety of workers in the workplace and make sure that their well-being and quality of life is maintained, because we want to make sure that there are reduced accidents that result from chemicals, reduced chemical injuries, reduced occupational injuries, improved quality of life for the workers, and also improved community well-being, because some of the chemical plants where they are, communities have encroached in those areas. So those chemical plants still have a responsibility to make sure that those communities are protected. So Section 9 of the Act still plays a key role, and GHS is going to make sure that such companies still protect those communities, although they are the ones that have encroached in those areas that are industrialized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the senior specialist, Ms. Bulelwa Huna, who's dealt with the background to the regulations. We are now going to take a short comfort break. But before we do that, just a quick announcement. With regard to the administration, do not use the raised hand facilities, because we cannot allow you to open your microphone with the maximum number of attendees that we have. We've reached the maximum of 1,000. Related to that, for those of your colleagues who've not been able to join in because of that maximum limit of 1,000 logins for attendees, I have shared the YouTube link for you in order to, for those colleagues who couldn't join us, to watch the live streaming on YouTube. I will share that again in a moment. And then for those who are typing their questions in the chat box, that's just for general admin and general questions, please take your questions for the presenters and the panelists to the question and answer box. That's the one with the two bubbles. We've thus far had the welcome by Chief Inspector Mr. Tibor Zana. On behalf of the Department of Employment and Labor, the Minister and Director General, we've had the message of support by the NIOH's Executive Director, Dr. Sipho Khalamono, and we've had the input on managing the risk for hazardous chemicals by Ms. Aggie Moilwa, who is the Inspector General at the Department of Employment and Labor. And then finally, just before our comfort break now, we've had the input on the background to the regulations by the senior specialist at the Department of Employment and Labor's head office, Ms. Bulelwa Huna. I'm going to post in the chat box the link for the YouTube live streaming. I'm going to post in the chat box also the link for where you can find the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021. And in the break, I'm going to encourage all of you to please go and find the actual regulations and download the regulations so that you can follow. Because after the comfort break, we are going to deal with the very details of the regulations itself, and that's the hazardous chemical agents 2021 regulations. And the specialist, Ms. Elise Lawrence, is going to take us through the details there. So for now, we are going to take a brief comfort break. We will be starting a little bit earlier with our comfort break, and we will be returning at approximately 20 past 11. If I could just remind you, we are going to return at 20 past 11. This is your opportunity to quickly do what you need to do and get that glass of water, that cup of coffee, or just do the comfort break with regard to the leg stretch or the visit to the bathroom. I thank you all for joining us. We have reached the maximum of 1,000, and I'm looking forward to all of the 1,000 attendees being ready to rejoin us at 20 past 11. Please stay with us. See you after the comfort break. Thank you.
촬영 오만 스타트, let me sing for one or two.
Welcome back to the virtual launch of the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021. We'll be starting in a minute's time, but as a brief reminder to all of our attendees, and I see that we still have the maximum of 1,000 logins for this webinar. I have placed for you in the chat box the link to the YouTube live streaming on the YouTube of this virtual launch. I've also shared with you the link to where you can download the new hazardous chemical agents regulations as provided by the National Department of Employment and Labor. There was one attendee, I think it's CJ Peterson, who had some difficulty downloading it, and it might be that the website is being very busy now downloading this particular one. Give it a few minutes in order to download it again once things have perhaps calmed down on that website. And then a reminder to everybody, the hands raising facility, and Melissa Davids and Vanessa Leroux is unfortunately not activated for this webinar. We have 1,000 people attending and it's impossible to activate your audio for you to share your questions live. We are going to encourage you to please type your questions in the question and answer box and to just do general admin or questions, anything general in the chat box. So thank you for your cooperation there. And then for the questions of those who wanted the presentations that have been shared and that will be shared, yes, that will be shared on the NIOH's website, which is zero rated by all of the mobile service providers as well as an internet service provider. If you go to the NIOH website, it would be zero rated and no data would be charged. All of the virtual launch presentations and resources will be shared with you there. The full recording of this webinar would also be available, the link shared after the webinar by my colleagues in the NIOH's information services and communication sections. It is time for us to resume, and I'm going to ask the next speaker of this virtual launch of the Department of Employment and Labor's regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021, and the next speaker is the specialist from the head office of the Department of Employment and Labor, that is Ms. Elise Lawrence. She's going to share her slides with you dealing with the details of the regulations for hazardous chemical agents. So by now I hope that all of you have in fact downloaded your particular regulations and have it available separate from viewing the slides that Ms. Lawrence is going to share with you. She will deal with the details and you can follow. Please, a reminder, only type your questions on the presentations in the question and answer box. I'm now going to hand over to Elise. If you could just check your audio, please.
Thank you, Ashraf. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's a little bit soft, Elise. If you could move closer to your microphone, that would be great.
Okay.
So, brilliant. And we have your slides in maximum view. If you could proceed, thank you very much. I hand over to Ms. Elise Lawrence.
Thank you so much, Ashraf, and thank you for the introduction. And good morning to everybody. It is very nice to see a full virtual webinar like this. It's very encouraging for the department, and from my side, welcome to all. It's very nice to see some names on the attendance or the participants that go way back many, many years. So welcome to all. So this is, in short, the contents of my presentation, or more precisely, this is the contents of the regulation. You would have noticed that a new thing in our regulations is that there is a table of contents at the start of the regulation, which makes it much easier to navigate to find the exact section that you might be looking for. So my presentation today is fortunately not going to take you through each and every regulation as up there on the screen right now. I am only going to concentrate on those areas of the regulation that has changed from the 1995 regulation, and more specifically on the sections that have been added. And those are most specifically the sections that have been added due to the incorporation of the GHS specifically. I'm going to start off and just spend some time on a few definitions that were included in the regulations, but only a few of these definitions. I'm not going to take you through each and every definition. You would have noticed that there are a few new definitions, and all of those new definitions are related to the GHS. So basically, if we are looking at definitions for a precautionary statement or consumer container, those are all definitions that are linked to the usage of the GHS and have now been defined in the regulations as well. So just in short, just a few definitions that would hopefully help with the understanding of the regulations. So the first one that I would like to point out is the hazardous chemical agents, or HCA definition. This means a GHS-aligned chemical agent as provided for in Annex 1. So in a nutshell, what that says is if a chemical agent meets the requirements or the specifications set out in Annex 1, then it is considered to be a hazardous chemical agent, and these regulations will then apply to that specific chemical. GHS hazard classification means the GHS hazard class and hazard categories as assigned to a hazardous chemical agent. So this should already give you an indication that without the classification of a chemical, these regulations really cannot be interpreted and you cannot move forward with implementation. Ms. Huna has already pointed out that we are moving to a new terminology, or this is actually already generally used in South Africa, and that is the term of a safety data sheet, or the SDS, and no longer the material safety data sheet, but in essence, it's still the same document. The definition then reads means a document that is aligned to the GHS, providing information on hazard classification and properties of hazard chemicals, procedure of handling or working with hazardous chemicals in a safe manner, and the effect of hazardous chemicals on the health and safety of the workplace that is prepared in accordance to one of the regulations that we will look at a little bit later in the presentation. Then a very important definition is the UN Globally Harmonized System, or the GHS. This means a globally harmonized system for classification and labeling of chemicals, a guidance document developed by the United Nations for standardizing and harmonizing the classification and labeling of chemicals globally. It is updated, as already pointed out, every 2 years, and it's commonly known as the Purple Book. So you will find in industry that people in the know might refer to the Purple Book or the Orange Book. When they speak about the Purple Book, it refers to the GHS. The reason why there were some changes to information instruction and training, and not so much to several of the other regulations in the old 1995 regulations, is due to the need for training to focus or to consider the GHS as well. So there is obviously a lot of valuable information that can be derived from the GHS communication system, and it is important that we incorporate that into the information, instruction, and training that an employee is responsible for. So an employer who undertakes work which is liable to expose an employee to hazardous chemical agent must, before any employee is exposed or may be exposed, and after consultation with the Health and Safety Committee, provide that employee with suitable and sufficient information, instruction, and training, as well as thereafter inform, instruct, and train that employee at intervals that may be recommended by the committee. Information, instruction, and training must include, in regards to these regulations for HCAs, the chemical substance regulations that are in place that govern all aspects of HCA use in the workplace, the legislated OELs that are in that workplace, and obviously here it is, the training shouldn't be so broad as to discuss all OELs, but the relevant OELs specific to the chemicals that are dealt with in that workplace should be included in the training. The training should also include the duties of persons who are likely to be exposed to a hazardous chemical agent. Details of the hazardous chemical agent to which an employee is likely to be exposed at the workplace, including the names of the hazardous chemical agents and where they may be found in the workplace. Information on the potential harmfulness of a hazardous chemical agent at the workplace and sufficient findings of the exposure assessment that was conducted by the employer. Training should also include information on how to access the relevant safety data sheet. And here it's very important that the safety data sheets that are available to employees are indeed the correct one. Not a similar product from another manufacturer, but indeed the SDS for that specific product that are in the workplace. And also a new requirement, these safety data sheets needs to be updated. Training should also include information on each part of the safety data sheet, and we will have a look at the different sections within the safety data sheets a little bit later. But employees need to be informed on what information is available to them in the safety data sheet. The information that each part of the label on containers provide and why the information is being provided. A GHS compliant label has specific sections or specific information that must be on that label. And it's important for employees who have an opportunity to read those labels in order to protect themselves and to understand what chemical they are dealing with. It's important for them to know what information they can expect from a label and what does that information then mean to them. How should they react to that information? Training should also include the work practices and procedures that must be followed for the use, handling, storage, transportation, spillage, and disposal of chemical agent in emergency situations, as well as good housekeeping and personal hygiene. So all of these things need to be included in the training program. The necessity of personal sampling, biological monitoring, and medical surveillance. I think everybody in industry has experienced that participation in these programs are much more, has a bigger uptake if everybody understands why they are needed. And this gets addressed in the training. The need for engineering controls such as ventilation systems and how to use them and maintain them in a good working order. Information and training must also include the need for personal protective equipment. Why is personal protective equipment needed, including respiratory protective equipment and its use and maintenance. Precautions that must be taken by an employee to protect themselves against the health hazards associated with exposure, including wearing and using of personal protective equipment and respiratory protective equipment. If somebody understands why they need to wear a respirator or a dust mask, obviously the compliance with wearing those pieces of equipment will definitely increase. Training needs to include the necessity, correct use, maintenance, and potential of safety equipment, facilities, and engineering controls provided. So as I stated before, if there is a local ventilation system installed, employees need to be trained and they must have an understanding of why this is needed, how it will help in protecting them, and how to use it effectively and maintain it effectively. An employer must give written instructions for all the procedures to be followed in the event of a spillage, leakage, or any similar emergency situation to the drivers of vehicles that are transporting hazardous chemical agents. And as contemplated in Section 37 of the Act, the employer and mandatory must agree in writing to the arrangement and procedures between them to ensure compliance by the mandatory with the information, instruction, and training required. So there needs to be a written agreement between any contractor appointed that might be exposed to hazardous chemical agents in the workplace. So it needs to be clarified in that written agreement who is responsible and how will the training, instruction, and information needs be addressed. Another one of the old regulations that have changed, or there is a little change to, a deletion actually, is the regulation dealing with air monitoring. And I'll just take you through that quickly. Where the inhalation of a hazardous chemical agent is concerned, an employer must ensure that the measurement program of the airborne concentrations of the hazardous chemical agents to which an employee is exposed is carried out in accordance with the provisions of these regulations. Carried out only after the relevant Health and Safety Committee has been informed, carried out by an approved inspection authority, and representative of the exposure of an employee's exposure to that airborne hazardous chemical agent. So in essence, this really hasn't changed, but it is very important that if air monitoring is done by approved inspection authority or an AAA, that those samples that are taken are true representation of the employee's exposure to the airborne substances. In order to comply with the previous provisions, an employer must ensure that the measurement program, in the case of a group of measurements taken, makes provision for the selection of the number of persons for a sample to be done as contemplated in the USM, which is basically the Occupational Exposure Sampling Strategy Manual. So that will ensure that you get a representative sample to indicate the exposure of a workforce. An employer must ensure that representative measurements are carried out at least every 24 months for HCA with a OEL ML maximum limit or an OEL restricted limit, as listed in Table 2 or Table 3, respectively, from Annexure 2. So basically what you would note here is that there is a name change from the old CLs and the RLs. So the CLs are now MLs, which is maximum limit, and then RL, we've moved away from the word recommended limit. It is now a restricted limit. So what you will note here from the air monitoring regulation is that the sub-regulation dealing with verification of reports have been removed, as this is something that is not in use anymore in the discipline of occupational hygiene. Then moving on to the regulation dealing with prohibitions, and there is some new prohibitions also incorporated, also mainly due to the adoption of the GHS for the labeling and classification of our chemicals, and it reads as follows. No person may, as far as reasonably practical, use compressed air or permit the use of compressed air to remove particles of any hazardous chemical agents from any surface or person. So this is a prohibition that is widely debated as to whether or not we still need it. The concern is several-fold. Firstly, it's not only for air embolisms that can be created under the skin through compressed air, but in the case of blowing off any dust or dust that contains a hazardous chemical agent and making it airborne, obviously makes it easier for anybody to breathe in that substance. So that's why the use of compressed air is still a concern and thus still prohibited. No person may smoke, eat, drink, or keep food or beverages in a respiratory zone, or permit any other person to smoke, eat, or drink, or keep food and beverages in that zone. Obviously, the concentrations of hazardous chemicals agents in a respiratory zone is very high, and contamination and then ingestion of agents can easily happen if this is allowed. No person may use statements such as non-toxic, non-harmful, non-polluting, non-hazardous, or similar statements indicating that a hazardous chemical agent is not hazardous, or any other statement that are inconsistent with the HCA's hazard classification on the label or packaging of any hazardous chemical agent. So what this basically tells us, if the statement or information printed on the label is not in compliance with the GHS, it should not be allowed on the label. So no statements like non-toxic can be allowed on a label. A term like that on a label will make that label non-compliant to the GHS and thus non-compliant to the regulations. No person may manufacture, produce, use, handle, or store within the workplace a prohibited chemical agent as listed in Table 1 of Annex 2. So this is a new addition to the regulations as well. It is a very short list of substances. I think it's about 6 or 7 substances that are prohibited. So these substances may not be allowed in any workplace in South Africa. So it doesn't matter what the level of exposure is to that agent, those specific agents are not allowed in any workplace. No person may manufacture, produce, or use or store any ozone depleting substances as provided for in the regulations for the phasing out and management of ozone depleting substances. This is very much in line with our international commitments of phasing out, and these substances are regulated by the Department of Environment, Fisheries and Forestry. No person may manufacture, produce, use or store persistent organic pollutants prohibited by the prohibition of the import, export, possession, acquisition, sale, use and disposal of agricultural remedies. Once again, this is just to align with legislation that are mandated by other departments. Then moving on to the classification of hazardous chemical agents, and this is where we move into the implementation of the GHS, where we need to classify a chemical agent beforehand. The manufacturer or importer of a chemical agent must, before it is supplied to a workplace, determine whether the chemical agent is indeed a hazardous chemical agent by carrying out the hazard assessment referred to using the cutoff values provided for in Table 4 and 5 of Annex 1. So as I said earlier, to determine whether or not a chemical agent is indeed a hazardous chemical agent and these regulations thus apply to it, the classification according to the GHS needs to be implemented or evaluated against that, the information on that chemical agent. And the cutoff values are provided for in Annex 1. If the substance, mixture, or article is a hazardous chemical agent, ensure that the GHS classification is carried out for that hazardous chemical agent. So once it is determined whether or not this substance or article is or mixture is indeed hazardous chemical agent, you need to follow through with the classification according to the GHS. Review the GHS classification should a change in the composition of the hazardous chemical agent be made. I just want to stand still here for a second and just emphasize that the 18-month transition period and then the initial implementation of the GHS are applicable to both single substances, chemical substances, as well as mixtures, where we have a formulation of various chemical substances pulled together to form a specific mixture. So that classification would need to be in place in the by the end of the 18-month transition period. Okay, moving on to safety data sheet. The safety data sheet for hazardous chemical agent must be prepared by an importer or manufacturer before manufacture, and if not reasonably practicable, immediately after manufacture, but before import. So this is important if the manufacturing obviously takes place within South Africa. The classification and the safety data sheet will be developed by the manufacturer immediately after manufacture. But if it is a substance that may be imported from another country that is not implementing GHS, then the responsibility would be on that importer to, before it is distributed, make sure that it is classified and the labeling and safety data sheet then complies with the GHS. But luckily, most of our trading partners have already adopted the GHS, so the expectation is that we would receive chemicals being imported already classified according to the GHS with the appropriate labels and the appropriate safety data sheets. Provided that the safety data sheet is obviously GHS compliant. So we will then get into what GHS compliant means. Provided that the safety data sheet is classified for the hazardous chemical agent and it's reviewed at least once every 5 years. This is a new requirement in the regulations. Previously, there was no legal requirement for as to when or how often the safety data sheet needs to be reviewed. So now it needs to be done every 5 years. Is amended whenever necessary to ensure that it is consistent with the correct and current information on that hazardous chemical agent. Given the most recent and applicable dates, so if it is reviewed or if it is developed the first time, that date should be on the safety data sheet. If it is subsequently reviewed, that date should be placed on the safety data sheet as well. The safety data sheet for a hazardous chemical agent must be provided by the manufacturer or importer to the supplier of a hazardous chemical agent to the workplace, and any person who is likely to be affected by that hazard chemical agent. So what is important here for the Department of Employment and Labour is that in the workplace, there should be no hazardous chemical agent that is not accompanied by the appropriate safety data sheet. And the responsibility there is on the manufacturer and importer to provide those safety data sheets along with providing the chemical agent. Safety data sheets for hazardous chemical agent must provide by a supplier of a hazardous chemical agent when the chemical agent is first supplied to the workplace. If the safety data sheet for the chemical agent is amended, and to any person at that workplace if they request the safety data sheet. So as I said, when first supplying the agent into the workplace, a safety data sheet must accompany that. If it happens that the safety data sheet is amended or there is some additional information provided, then that safety data sheet must once again be provided to all workplaces where the chemical agent is being used. Safety data is obtained by the employer from the manufacturer, importer, or supplier of the hazardous chemical agents and provided. So this is an additional requirement, not only for the manufacturer and employer to provide, but also for the employer to make sure that they actually obtain a safety data sheet from the manufacturer or importer. So this is a double duty, and this was put in place specifically as to avoid a situation of pointing and blaming somebody else for not providing, and then the manufacturer say, but nobody asked for it. So everybody's got a duty to make sure that the safety data sheet is shared and that the safety data sheet is provided or obtained. Any person who is involved in the use, handling, or likely to be exposed to the hazardous chemical agent in that workplace must have access to the safety data sheet. Any person at the workplace who needs the information to assess the risk relating to the health and safety. We think here of your safety professionals or the AIA or your occupational medicine practitioners. Any health practitioner who needs the information to treat a person who has been exposed. Any emergency service personnel who request the information to fulfill his duty in this emergency response. Updating of the safety data sheets do not apply to the manufacturer or importer of a hazardous chemical agent who has not manufactured or imported that agent in the past 5 years. So if you remember, there is now a new requirement for the safety data sheets to be updated every 5 years. But in the case of the manufacturing or import of that agent being seized by the manufacturer or importer, obviously we don't want to put an additional burden on that manufacturer to continuously update safety data sheets of a product that he is no longer providing. So if they've ceased providing that chemical agent in the past 5 years, then there is no need for that company to update the safety data sheet and pass it on to the relevant suppliers or work environment. The information in the GHS compliance safety data sheet must be presented using the following 16 headings in the order given below. So important, all 16 headings needs to be addressed in the safety data sheet, and the 16 headings must be in the order provided in the regulation. Section 1, there needs to be information on the identification of the substance mixture and of the company or undertaking that are providing this agent. Section 2 speaks to the hazard identification. 3 on the composition and information on the ingredients. So here you will get an idea of what exactly are the hazardous agent in a mixture and what are the composition. 4 will speak to the first aid measures, 5 the firefighting measures, and this is a critical importance. We've even seen over the last few days with all the incidents that have occurred in the country, the firefighting measures, that information on the safety data sheet are critical when it comes to flammable or explosive substances that we are dealing with. 6 talks to accidental release measures. So what are some of the actions that can be taken to prevent the release, and what should be done once there is an accidental release of the agent. Handling and storage. Here you would expect some information on compatibility, what kind of chemicals can be stored along with this specific substance, and is there any exclusions to that? Exposure controls. Is it a substance that can only be used in a well-ventilated area? What are the personal protective precautions that should be in place? Then section 9 speaks to the physical and chemical properties of the chemical agent. 10 on the stability and reactivity. When can you expect this substance to react? Is it something that should be kept at low temperatures? What are those guidelines? And we expect all that information in the safety data sheet. Section 11 speaks to the toxicological information. What are the hazards associated to the health effects? Ecological information in section 12. 13, disposal concentrations. Is it something that can be disposed of in your general waste, or is it a substance that needs to be deactivated or neutralized before disposal? Or is it something that can only be disposed of as a hazardous waste? Section 14 talks about transport information. What are the requirements and considerations there? 15 would be regulatory information. Is there anything specifically in our case in South Africa that relates to this chemical agent? For instance, an OEL would most likely be mentioned here. And then section 16, any other information that the manufacturer or importer believes would be of assistance for the workplace to know and make sure that they treat the agent properly. Then moving on to labeling of hazardous chemical agent. With regard to the labeling of a hazardous chemical agent, a manufacturer or importer of a hazardous chemical agent must ensure that the agent is correctly labeled as soon as practicable after the agent is manufactured or imported. As we said previously, in the case of manufacture, where it's manufactured within the company, the safety data sheet and labeling classification needs to happen immediately. If it is a substance that has been imported from a country that has not adopted the GHS, then obviously before the importer can actually pass the agent on to his value chain or the workplace where the chemical agent will be used or handled, then these things need to be in place before that can happen with regards to the labeling, classification, and the safety data sheet. A supplier of a chemical agent may not supply a hazardous chemical agent if it is not correctly labeled. A retailer of a hazardous chemical agent may not supply any consumer product containing a hazardous chemical agent to be used in a workplace if it is not correctly labeled. So very important. As Mrs. Anna said this morning, by October 2022, we expect all workplaces, all chemicals in all workplaces to be compliant with these requirements and have the appropriate GHS labels, safety data sheets, and obviously classification in place. With regard to the labeling of a hazardous chemical agent, an employer must ensure that the hazardous chemical agent that is used, handled, or stored at the workplace is correctly labeled. Ensure that a container labeled for the hazardous chemical agent is used only for the use, handling, and storage of that hazardous chemical agent. So we don't want misleading labels on containers and the label then actually indicating a different substance to the one that are actually within the container. The employer must ensure that when the hazardous chemical agent is transferred or decanted at the workplace from its original container into a destination container, the destination container is correctly labeled for that hazardous chemical agent. Very important where we buy chemicals in bulk and there is a need for it to be decanted into smaller containers to just make the use of it so much easier. That is allowed, but the information on the label needs to be transferred to the destination container. Sometimes or often it is the case that the label is the only information that the employee would get on the hazard associated with the chemical, and it is, yeah, they should not be denied that opportunity to get the correct information because the chemical was decanted. That information should travel with the agent on the label of the container. An employer must ensure that hazardous chemical agent within pipework is identified by a label or sign or any other suitable manner on or near the pipework, subject to the following. So this is also a new requirement to make sure that where we are still, where we are handling chemicals within a workplace and the chemicals are within pipework, that we know what chemicals are in that pipework and that this also are aligned with the GHS, the signage and the name of the chemical accordingly. So where the product is a mixture of two or more hazardous chemical agents, the intermediate or finished product name may be used to identify. So then the finished product's name may be placed on the pipework or adjacent to the pipework. Sampling loading points of any other termination points of a pipe where during normal operations an employee may be exposed to that hazardous chemical agent must be identified. So in this case, it is a matter of where you can expect an employee to be exposed to the chemical within the pipework. So if there is a valve or where there is loading points, those are the points that should be identified and where the label and information should be provided. It is obviously not needed to have the labeling information all over the pipework where nobody actually gets access to the pipework or gets access to the contents of the pipework. So reasonably practical needs to be followed here. The pipework, including splitting of flanges where the employee may be exposed during routine maintenance activities, should be identified as far as reasonably practical. An HCA is correctly labeled if the selection and use of the labeling elements are in accordance to the GHS, and if the HCA is packed in a container that has a label that includes the product identifier and, where applicable, the UN proper shipping name or number, the chemical identity of all the ingredients contributing to the final GHS specification. So in a mixture where there are several agents or several substances in the mixture, and each one of those agents that actually classifies as hazardous chemical agents needs to be disclosed of on the label. The name, address, business telephone number and of the manufacturer or importer of that agent, an emergency telephone number where support is available. And obviously this needs to be a telephone number that is available 24 hours in order for somebody who has an accident or a spill and needs information on the agent can easily obtain information and guidance. The signal word, the hazard statement, the precautionary statement, the hazard pictogram consistent with the GHS classification. So all of these terminologies are defined. For instance, signal word is defined, hazard statement, precautionary statement, and hazard pictograms are all defined. And that will guide you as to what information and what words and statements and pictograms should be on the label. You saw in the presentation of Ms. Huna this morning, she had all 9 the GHS pictograms in one of her slides. So if the chemical is indeed a hazardous chemical agent, it needs to be classified according to the GHS, and all of these statements and all of these requirements then need to be placed on the label. And if required, then a specific hazard pictogram would be included in the label. A hazardous chemical agent is correctly labeled if the selection and use of label elements are in accordance with the GHS, and if the hazardous chemical agent is packed in a container that has a label that may include the quantity of the hazardous chemical agent in the package, unless the quantity is specified elsewhere on the package, the quantities of each hazardous chemical ingredient, information about the hazard, first aid, emergency procedures relevant to the hazardous chemical agent, not otherwise included in the hazard statement. So this is an opportunity, excuse me, opportunity for a manufacturer when developing the labels to provide additional information on emergency situations or first aid. First aid measures, as well as the label, may include an expiry date where applicable. So this slide just deviates a little bit from the actual regulations and moves into the guidance notes as included in Annex 3. And this is mainly because all these requirements for labels are new to various companies, and we have a lot of questions with regards to that, or industry has got a lot of questions with regards to what is expected of them. So on any label of a hazardous chemical agent, the pictogram size must be at least 16 by 16 millimeters where possible. There is obviously provision for extremely small containers, and there is provision in the guidance document with regards to that. But in general, that is the size of the pictogram that is required. It must have a red border where the label is in color, and a minimum letter size of at least 1. So these are the minimum requirements when it comes. Obviously, it can be bigger, it can be more clear if the container and the label allows for that, but these are the minimum requirements that we would look at when it comes to the size of labels. Obvious, and also important is that the border around the pictograms is generally considered to be red if the label is in color, and no other colors are allowed. So it's either red or black for that border of the pictograms. All these requirements just makes it standardizes our labels, which would make it easy for anybody to be able to recognize the GHS label and be able to understand the information provided there. Additional guidance on the labeling can be obtained through the ECHA guidance document on labeling and packaging. Packaging for hazardous chemical agents must satisfy the relevant requirements of the UN Transport of Dangerous Goods regulation. This is the orange book that I referred to earlier. And a manufacturer or importer of a hazardous chemical agent must ensure that the hazardous chemical agent is correctly packed as soon as reasonably practical after manufacture or import. So we don't want temporary containers that do not comply with the GHS, and that may result in some incidents or spillage or explosions or whatever. The expression correctly packed means that the packaging is in sound condition, that the packaging is durable and legibly marked. So very important that the labels must be legible, shouldn't be dissolved by the chemical inside the container or any other chemical that may just remove the markings. That the packaging will safely contain the chemical for the time that the chemical is likely to be packed. That the packaging is made of a material that is compatible with the hazardous chemical agent and will not be adversely affected by the hazardous chemical agent. So we don't want a corrosive chemical that can actually dissolve away its own container. That the packaging and fastenings are strong and solid throughout to ensure that they will not loosen and will meet the normal stresses and strains of handling. I think that speaks for itself. That the packaging does not usually contain food or beverages and cannot be mistakenly identified as containing food or beverages. I think this requirement will have a big impact in South Africa, where we might need to decant substances or agents into smaller containers. So the use of food or beverages containers are not allowed. Where a retailer supplies a hazardous chemical in a container that is supplied by the person purchasing the chemical, I need for you to follow this very carefully. So this is a case where somebody is purchasing a chemical, but they are not providing their own container. They are providing their own container. The retailer must ensure then that the hazardous chemical agent is correctly packed. So even if a person shows up wanting to purchase a chemical and they are supplying their own container, the responsibility still remains with that retail supplier to ensure that the packaging will not cause any harm or damage or be hazardous. The reason why that is so, the retail supplier is the one with the knowledge regarding the properties of that chemical agent, and they are in the best position to make a call whether or not a container would be suitable. Where a retailer supplies a person purchasing with a chemical with a container, this is a case where the container and the agent may be sold separately. The retailer must once again ensure that the chemical agent is correctly packed or repacked. Employer or self-employed person must receive, handle, or store a hazardous chemical agent only if it's correctly packed. An employer must, as far as reasonably practical, ensure that the containers or vehicles in which hazardous chemical agent is transported is clearly identified as transporting hazardous chemical agents. We have seen this in incidents in the past where we had road vehicle accidents where the transporting of dangerous substances were not clearly identified in accordance with the requirements, and then emergency personnel or anybody in the vicinity of that accident did not have the relevant information that this is indeed a hazardous chemical agent that are being transported, something that might be flammable or can explode or is corrosive and then leaking out of the transport, and fatalities as a result of that. An employer must also ensure that such transportation complies with the National Road Traffic Act. Moving on to disclosure of ingredient identity. This is something that was included in the regulation to make provision for proprietary information with regards to mixtures or formulations, that information can still be the property of the company that are manufacturing, and that recipes are not shared because of the regulation requirements. So where the ingredient in a hazardous chemical causes the correct classification of the chemical to include the hazardous class and the hazard categories. Refer to table 4 of Annexure 1, the chemical identity of that ingredient must be provided. So where chemical is referred to in Annex 1, Table 5, the chemical identity of the ingredient may be disclosed of by its generic name. The ingredient of the identity of the ingredient is commercially confidential, then it can be referred to by its generic name. The ingredient does not cause the correct classification. So this substance within a mixture does not cause the classification of the mixture according to Table 4 of Annexure 1, and that an OAL of the ingredient has not been established. So in those cases, the generic name may be used. In all other cases not included, the ingredient must be disclosed of by its chemical identity. The identity of an ingredient of a hazardous chemical agent, or the generic name of the ingredient in terms of subregulation 1B must be on the label. So either the chemical identity or the generic name as applicable as illustrated in the regulation just before should be on the label and the safety data sheet. Where an ingredient of a hazardous chemical agent must be disclosed, in the proportions must be disclosed as follows. Where the exact proportion of the ingredient is not commercially confidential, the exact portions as a percentage of the chemical mass or volume must be provided. Where the exact proportion of the ingredient is commercially confidential, the exact proportion is expressed in a percentage in the following ranges. So then whatever range is then applicable for that specific percentage in the mixture, either less than 10%, between 30 and 60, or more than 60%, or the manufacturer may choose to have those ranges narrower. So they can say maybe between 40 and 50% of the mixture is actually this specific chemical ingredient. So I'm almost at the end of my presentation. So these regulations then actually repeals the regulations for hazardous chemical substances that were in place since 1995. And then the short title, these regulations shall be called the Regulations for Hazardous Chemical Agents of 2021. And very important, and this has been said several times today as well, these regulations that require the implementation of GHS as well as the new OELs and BEIs will only come into effect 18 months after the date of promulgation. So we are looking at the beginning of October 2022 when all these requirements will be legal requirements. That is not to say that industry should wait until the 18 months actually expire before implementing. If everything is in place and all the ducks are in a row and we can produce the classification and the safety data sheets and the labeling according to GHS, let's implement before the expiry of the 18 months. There are great benefits to the implementation of GHS. Also, that is quite a notable difference between the old and the new regulation is the annexures. There are now 3 annexures. So this will make it a bit tricky for us to always reference to the correct table or the correct annexure. So annexure 1 is actually dealing with the GHS classification. So table 1 there will speak to the building blocks of the physical hazards. Table 2 will speak to the health hazards, and then table 3 to the environmental hazards. So the specific building blocks and the criteria or the classes that has been adopted by South Africa is set out in that specific table. I need to just mention here that table 3, the environmental hazards, those building blocks are provided in this specific regulation only as guidance, and that is due to the mandate of the Department of Employment and Labour. We do not have a mandate with regards to environmental hazards. That is governed by the Department of Environment, Fisheries and Forestries. But the building blocks are provided in this document in table 3 of Annexure 1. Then Annexure 1, table 4 is the identity of ingredients to be disclosed, and then Annexure 5 is the generic names. So that comes up with the regulation we just dealt with, the disclosure of information on the label as to the contents or the percentage of a specific substance within an agent. Annexure 2 is then the first table is those few prohibited hazardous chemical agents, a short list of chemicals that are not allowed in our work environments. Then table 2 is the occupational exposure limits, the maximum limits, or those the old CL limits. And then table 3 is the restricted limits. And then table 4 is the biological exposure for hazardous chemical agents. We will have a very comprehensive presentation just after mine from Dr. Q with regards to the exposure indexes for hazardous chemical agents. And then Annexure 3 is the guidance notes, and that gives more practical and sometimes more technical information with regards to the implementation of these regulations. Yeah, so as I said, then the maximum limit replaces the old CLs, and then the restricted limit replaces the old RLs, which refer to recommended. It's now just been replaced with restricted limits. So the word rules, they might not be the most appropriate, but these are the method, basically, how we came about actually selecting our OELs. And also, I'm not going to spend time on any one specific OEL or deal with all the OELs. Obviously, that is it's a very long list, and I don't see that it will actually be to benefit if we actually go through the specific OELs. But in general, the OELs has been set at 2 times the TLV, the ACGH limits. Remember from the presentation of Ms. Huna, the TLVs are purely health-based limits. They have no consideration for any socioeconomic aspects. So therefore, we cannot just adopt the TLVs directly. We had to make some adjustments for our social economic situation. There are some exclusions, which comes to mind are silica, the OEL for silica and dust. Because of the specific situation of South Africa, we considered alignment with Department of Minerals and Energy in that regard. The BEIs are set at the ACGH BEI value, and as in the ACGH and as in the past, in 1995, these values remain guidance values only. Also, there is no OEL and no BEI that are below the ACGH TLVs. I mean, that would yeah, if you consider it, why would you have an OEL BEI that are below the actual purely health-based limits? And there are also no OELs for mixtures. And then the general rule still applies as the AIA is implemented nationally. If there is a substance or an agent in the workplace that exposures are being measured to and there is no OEL prescribed, then reasonably practicable limits that are sourced somewhere else internationally can be implemented. And it's obviously also recommended to firstly look at other legislated limits. Failing that, then health-based limits like the TLVs would be appropriate to consider in the cases where an OEL is not provided for in Annexure 2. This just gives a little bit of an illustration as to the changes that occurred with regards to Annexure 2, Table 2 and 3 and 4. So there is a change in the number of exposure limits, maximum limits, and a reduction with regards to the restricted limits. This mainly came about because we are not providing OELs for any mixtures. We are only providing OELs for single substances. And also to make sure that we have a reference point in future. So we need to make sure that whatever OEL we provide for now has got a reference point, and in our case it will be TLVs. So if there was no TLV, obviously we don't have a reference point, and that would make future updating virtually impossible. So that will explain the reduction of the OELs when it comes to restricted limits. And then there was an increase in the number of biological exposure indexes provided, very much for the same reason. If we had a substance with an OEL and we did not previously include a BEI, and there is a BEI in the ACGIH document, then obviously we adopted that BEI. That explains the increase in the BEIs. So that is it from my side. Just in closing, maybe an invitation, if you've got questions, you're more than welcome to contact me via the email address there below. We will try and answer your questions and assist as far as possible. With that, thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you very much. That was Ms. Elise Lawrence, who is a specialist within the Department of Employment and Labour, particularly looking at the health and safety needs of the workforce within South Africa, having dealt with that particular presentation, detailed one on the regulations for hazardous chemical agents, the new one, 2021. I now have the pleasure of introducing you to Dr. Greg Q, who is a member of the Technical Committee number 7. Dr. Q will be dealing with the topic, the utilization of BEIs in a medical surveillance program. Dr. Q is a registered occupational medicine specialist with the Health Professional Council of South Africa, and is currently in private practice. And then there's a whole lot of other stuff I can read to you, including that he's an associate member of the College of the Public Health Medicine, the Division of Occupational Health, and honorary senior lecturer at the Department of Occupational Health at the University of Cape Town Medical School. With not much further ado, I'm going to ask Dr. Greg Q to just share his screen or slides and to check his audios. And a reminder to all of our attendees, please type your questions in the question and answer box. I will be encouraging our presenters and panelists to have a look there at the questions you've shared and that you want responses to. And just a reminder, I think people are not going to be responding to questions that might be posed by anonymous speakers. There are no anonymous attendees, anonymous attendees in our list at the moment. So please share your identity if you want an answer to your question there. Alternatively, email it at another stage to the email addresses provided. But back to Dr. Greg Q, occupational medicine specialist, and he will be dealing with the importance of the BEIs in the regulations insofar as it comes from an occupational medicine point of view. And over to you, Dr. Q.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Just a quick sound check. Are we good?
You are perfect. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge all the senior officials from the Department of Employment and Labour who are part of this launch. I truly feel very honoured to be asked to participate in this launch event with you. And thank you, Ashraf, for that introduction. The audience would have noticed that my presentation, even though it appears on the schedule as the utilization of BEIs in a medical surveillance program, I intend to expand the scope of the presentation slightly to include some important concepts about biological monitoring in general, because I think they will really make everything else a lot clearer, including the BEIs. So by way of an introduction to the presentation, I'm going to talk about biological monitoring, including clarification of terms, because many of the terms are often muddled. And then I'm going to apply what we cover in this part of the presentation to what you will see in Annexure 3 of these new regulations for hazardous chemical agents. I'm not going to spend long in that section, that Annexure 3 section, because all of the concepts will have been addressed in the first part of my presentation, which is intended to clarify terms and to clarify what biological monitoring is all about. And that Annexure 3 is just a very short series of statements which will align perfectly with what I'm talking to in the first part. So when I go through that section, it's just to tell you where it is and what it says briefly. Then I'm going to introduce the new biologic exposure indices, just by way of us having a look at what they look like in the regs. At that point, I'll have covered them in detail in terms of where they sit by way of biological monitoring. And then I'll end with this important link, introducing this important link between the OELs and the BEIs. So let's go. What is biological monitoring? And for these slides that follow, the next couple of slides, I draw heavily from the online encyclopedia for occupational health and safety, which is a publication, a digital publication by the International Labour Organization. And I fully recommend all of our audience to have a look at the encyclopedia online. It's at that URL that I've shared at the bottom left. And the International Labour Organization defines biological monitoring as the measurement and assessment of agents or their metabolites, either in the tissues, secreta, excreta, expired air, or any combination of these, to evaluate exposure and health risk compared to an appropriate reference. Now that's a mouthful, and I'm going to unpack it. But before I do that, I just want to point out that it really talks to two things. I'm just going to just create a pointer here. It talks to two things. The first part is it's about measuring and assessing agents and metabolites. Then ignore this bit here. It then talks to why this is being done, and the purpose is to evaluate exposure and health risk when you compare those values to an appropriate reference. So those are the two statements being made, and they really are fundamental to the rest of this presentation. So let's unpack what we're talking about. So by way of agents, we're talking about the chemicals, assessment of chemicals like styrene, toluene, benzene, etc., or their metabolites. So the metabolites, for example, of styrene would be mandelic acid, we could measure that, or the metabolite of toluene, such as ocresol, we could measure that, or the metabolite of benzene, such as SPMA, measure that. And the question that might come to mind is, well, why are we measuring metabolites when if we can measure the agent directly? And that would be a good question. The answer is because it's often very difficult. There are BEIs for these, but because these are volatile chemicals, they tend to be lost very quickly in the medium in which it's collected, such as the blood or even in urine. So it makes it quite difficult to capture these and to measure them reliably. So we end up by measuring the metabolite, which is more stable in urine or the medium in which we're collecting it. The next point then is, what are these tissues? Well, the tissues are most commonly blood. We would very rarely look at hair and nails, but it's possible to measure these metabolites in hair and nails. Most commonly we would look at blood, and that's where biological exposure index would be found. Secreta talks to sweat, saliva, milk. We don't have biological indicators for at least levels for these, but they are theoretically possible and probably more likely to be used in research. Then excreta would be urine. And that certainly is probably the most common medium in which we will measure these metabolites. Feces, more likely in research. And expired breath, so the highly volatile agents such as solvents may be measured in the breath. Also something we don't do often in op health. It may be useful to measure acute exposure or acute excessive exposure to a solvent, to measure it in the breath to see what's going on. So there's the first part of this biological monitoring definition of the International Labour Organization. By the way, this is not our RHCA definition. It's the one by the International Labour Organization. And then the second part then talking about the purpose. And it's important to remember it's about exposure and determining risk. And that risk is inferred when you compare the measured value against a reference. So if it's above a value or below a value, you can then determine risk. And that's what these important biological exposure indices are all about. They give us a level above which we can acknowledge that there is an increased likelihood of health risk and below which there's a decreasing likelihood of health risk. It's not a step yes, no. It's an incremental increase or decrease depending if you're going up or down. Okay, so after that mouthful, let's look at how it all plays out in terms of a sequential process from exposure to disease. And let's start from left to right and unpack this. On the left here, when a chemical is present in the workplace, it potentially contaminates the air or surfaces in contact with the skin. And indirectly, then it may even find its way to other mucosal surfaces, such as the eyes or the GIT, where it may be absorbed. So the level to which people may be exposed to the chemical agent is evaluated by way of ambient monitoring. And the medium typically that is exposed, monitored is air. And this is the discipline of industrial hygiene, and where one will find occupation exposure limits that would determine whether you are facing increasing, decreasing risk consequent to exposure. So that's where air monitoring happens. As a result now of this agent reaching people and being absorbed and distributed, metabolized and excreted in the body, we may then identify an internal dose. And the internal dose of the chemical is the net amount of that chemical taken up by the person, and is in fact then effectively delivered to the body and becomes detectable in the body fluids. So as a result of this chemicals interactions with certain critical organs, okay, and these are organs which exhibit the first or the important adverse effects linked to that particular chemical, okay, certain biochemical and cellular events occur. So let's have a look at this. Absorption is obviously by way of through the skin, as I mentioned, or through the lungs. And then depending on the characteristics of the chemical, it will be distributed around the body. If it's highly dissolved in fatty tissues, it will go into the fatty tissue of the body, water-soluble in the water-soluble tissue of the body, and gets distributed and settles in those organ systems. And there's a whole story behind that. We're not going to go into those details today. It gets metabolized, and the purpose of this metabolism is it's the body's reaction to this chemical to reduce its toxicity. It metabolizes it to reduce its toxicity. Sometimes it makes a mistake, and the metabolism actually makes the metabolite more toxic, but in the main, it reduces toxicity in order to enable excretion. This metabolism most often happens in the liver, but definitely not exclusively the liver. Then excretion happens mostly through the urine and through the bowels, although certainly not exclusively. It also gets excreted through the lungs and through the skin. And that is the discipline of toxicology, toxicokinetics, toxicodynamics. So critical organs and enzyme changes. What do we mean by these enzyme changes? And these are measurable. And they include things, for example, inhibition of the enzyme pseudocholinesterase by organophosphate insecticides, inhibition of the enzyme ALAD by inorganic lead. You can induce enzymes, so inhibition or induction, induce enzymes such as gamma GT by exposure to ethanol and so on. So these are not illness. These are not adverse health effects. These are enzymic responses by the body's critical organs to the presence of this chemical, not an adverse health effect. Adverse health effects start here If this exposure exceeds a particular limit, typically the biologic exposure value, you now start seeing reversible early health effects. And these internal health effects are typically early impairment, such as reduction in hemoglobin levels, a fall in full blood count in red blood cells and so on. So you've got early impairment now happening, and that we call a reversible health effect. And if the exposure progresses or is even higher, you then eventually might get established disease, occupational disease such as asthma, kidney failure, and so on. And this progression from an adverse health effect to disease is really a slow transition from one to the other. It's not a step. And sometimes it can be quite tricky. And it's important because this is a reportable condition in terms of our laws, whereas this is not. This is still an early impairment with reduced changes in organ systems, but not really a defined disease. Disease is here. And of course, this transition from a reversible adverse health effect to disease is not always clear. And I've chatted to my colleagues, my senior colleagues at the National Institute, and asked them how about this, and they're basically saying this is the decision of when this becomes a disease is up to the responsible occupational medicine practitioner. But you're looking for established clinical findings that would be called disease. So this is biological monitoring. From internal dose, where you can measure the chemical, you can measure the chemical, and you can even measure these chemical effects, and that's called biological effect monitoring. So biological effect monitoring is part of biological monitoring. It's a subset of biological monitoring, and this is all about exposure monitoring. So that's exposure in the air, in the ambient environment. This is biological exposure monitoring, biological effect monitoring, both of which are categories of biological monitoring. So there's our first set of semantics that are addressed also in the hazardous chemical agents regs. This is all about medical surveillance. So medical surveillance, which is also called health surveillance. Incidentally, the International Labour Organization calls it health surveillance. We call it medical surveillance in our current regs. There's some debate as to what we should be actually calling it, but for now, the concept is medical or health surveillance. Starts here with biological effect monitoring. We're interested in these biological effects when we devise our programs for medical surveillance. And certainly we want to know about these early reversible health effects. That's really where we want to catch things in medical surveillance. In actual practice, in the practice of occupational medicine, we in fact also obviously looking for the presence of established disease. So our medical surveillance programs also actually include disease surveillance, although technically it ends here, and this is not really supposed to be what is happening when we're doing medical surveillance. We're supposed to catch things before. This dotted line around this block here around exposure monitoring, which aligns with biological monitoring there, I've included because in our definition of medical surveillance in our Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the term biological monitoring is actually included in the definition. So I thought I'd just, in reference to that, make a dotted line here. Technically, it's not correct. Biological monitoring is not part of medical surveillance, and the International Labour Office and several other international agencies concur with that, that specifically say, avoid muddling biological monitoring with medical surveillance. I've included this little gray arrow here because of the important point I made earlier, and we'll come back to it right at the end, is the relationship at this air monitoring level and the biological monitoring level. That relationship is important. If you group enough people together and expose them to, let's say, the TLV, the threshold limit value, which is being spoken to by Elise, then the biological exposure index, there it is there, published by the ACGIH, aligns with the value of the TLV. People exposed to the TLV, if you looked at the biological monitoring on them at the level of the TLV, they will be at the level of the BEI. So that relationship is an important connection between the two so that you can make sense of the one against the other. And if there's a disconnect between the two, it's very difficult to make sense of what the value that you've measured in your biological marker is if it's not being compared to, in fact, something referable in air monitoring. That's an important point. The other important point we'll come to is that there's tremendous individual variability, and there are interfering factors that affect levels of biological monitoring, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. So let's quickly nip then through the advantages of biological monitoring, because they really are important, and they tend to say, why do we do it, in fact? And the first one that we all refer to straight away is that it represents the uptake of chemical via all routes, via the skin, via the lungs, via the gastrointestinal tract, is represented here. The air monitoring only really looks at exposure via the lung. Other routes are not adequately addressed, and there's more to it than that. Air monitoring, for example, can't accommodate things such as increased physical effort. So if there's a high breathing rate of people in that workspace, then the air monitoring will underrepresent those people's exposures. So if you get people working in a quarry with high breathing rates and breathing in silica, then of course you're going to be concerned that your air monitoring is in fact underrepresenting the silica. But we don't have a biomarker for silica, but you certainly might have it with things like solvents, working in an environment where there's high breathing rates and exposure to measurable chemicals that are measurable in the biological system. The other thing is extended work hours. So people exposed to extended work hours, more than 8 hours, the traditional 40 hours a week, then you'll pick that up through biological monitoring. You wouldn't pick that up through air monitoring. It also provides a mechanism to test the efficacy of PPE. So if a group of people is exposed to levels above the OEL and they are given PPE, or they, for example, are rotated through the work, through job practices, then doing biological monitoring and then we'll see the efficacy of those interventions, because they should bring those values down to within acceptable exposure values. It's also useful to assess the effectiveness of medical removal, which is sort of this one here, job practices. So if people reach the level of exposure which is beginning to worry you, and this is typically used for lead, mercury, arsenic, and others, and people are then removed from the workplace temporarily, you can then use the biological marker to see whether those levels have gone down satisfactorily to allow the person to return to work. People who are in roving jobs, very difficult to determine what their exposures are just by measuring airborne monitoring. And so roving jobs might well be best represented through their biological exposure levels. People who are exposed over, to get a sense of what people's exposure is over an extended period of time, you want to get a sense of what's it like over the full work week or longer. Then, particularly with chemical agents with long half-lives, you could derive value from doing a biological exposure value to see what that looks like. Of course, it also addresses the problem of individual variability. It's looking at the ultimate levels, the internal doses we've mentioned, incorporating things like age and sex and genetic factors, and whether there are organs, particularly the critical organs are not working properly, and therefore whereby the chemical undergoes metabolism and excretion, the levels of the metabolites will be as a consequence of all of these factors already in play. So you're accommodating all of those and those individual variabilities when you get those biological levels back. And the overall exposure as a result of different sources of pollution can be looked at. So both occupational and non-occupational, which can be a disadvantage. But the advantage of it is that if you're looking at the air, you get a sense of what the occupational exposure is. You look at the biological values. You can then derive that there's perhaps either via other routes. If that's excluded, there may be non-occupational exposure. And there are other mechanisms by which to determine non-occupational exposure, such as diet, etc., which is beyond the ambit of today, but certainly that is something one can do. It's also a disadvantage, of course, because you've now got a combination of occupational and non-occupational values, and you need to figure that out before you decide if there's an exceedance beyond the BEI. Some practical considerations to consider: timing of the sampling, and this important thing here about interfering factors. I'm not going to go into this in great detail, excepting just to draw your attention to it. And so timing is influenced by the rate of metabolism and excretion of the agents. The longer the metabolism excretion, the more you need to consider whether it should be done at the end of the shift or end of the work week. These variations are addressed in table 4 when you look at the HCA regs, because they'll tell you when they recommend the best time of that sampling should happen. And then all of these interfering factors are in detail that are not for today, but just to point out that there are things to consider. The occupational professionals who are doing the biological monitoring need to put into the entire interpretive framework these things. For example, we need to recognize state of hydration makes a difference. So it makes, if you are well hydrated or not well hydrated, it may impact the urine to be more or less dilute. So you then want to use a correction using the ratio of creatinine to your agent. You'll see this in the BEIs as a microgram per gram creatinine. Addresses the state of hydration of the people at work. Other physiological factors like diet, such as fish, for example, affects the arsenic and mercury levels. Sex and age affects levels and metabolism. Habits such as smoking and alcohol will affect things. Contamination during collection is an important factor, because remember, we talk about micrograms here. So a microgram is all that microgram of dust can impact the sample and create an artificially elevated value. Impaired organ function can do this. For example, impaired kidney function, where the ability to concentrate urine is not so good. Cadmium levels can be elevated in the urine, even though the person's level, in fact, is not actually elevated in the workplace. So it looks elevated because of impaired kidney function. Multiple exposures to toxic substances at work, because they interfere with each other's biotransformation. So multiple chemical agents such as the solvents. And of course, in a similar way, what about medications? If you're on chronic meds, could that impact the interpretation of a level? That is not so clear, but it's worthy of mention. And then finally, genetic factors that might affect metabolism, such as is quoted in the literature, such as various ethnic groups because of similar genetic ancestry. This is not that clear, and sometimes these variations may in fact be socio-cultural rather than socioeconomic, rather than actually genetic. So let's get to the HAZChem regs then, hazardous chemical agents regs, and how it talks to biological monitoring. These are the things we really wanted the regs to do, to update the biological exposure indices, the definition and the values in table 4. It's now table 4, not table 3. And to update the guidance notes in Annexure 3 with updated content. And of course, these regs have no changes in Regulation 7. So this new definition is quite a mouthful, and I want to talk to it briefly, but not in too much detail, because in a way it's very similar to what we've already been talking about. So the definition is very influenced by the ACGIH's description of the term biologic exposure index. And it was done deliberately because, in fact, of course, the relationship with TLVs, our OELs, are very closely connected to the ACGIH TLVs, as Elise has already mentioned, and it makes sense then. It follows that the BEIs should be very similar to the ACGIH BEIs. And so the definition was heavily influenced by the ACGIH definition. And again, I want to point out, it's really about, these are non-enforceable guideline values around determining health-based increasing likelihood of health effects. So those are the two things talked about right at the beginning. What is biological monitoring all about? Well, the biological exposure index is that reference value, and it's a guideline, it's unenforceable, above which the health-based value is exceeded, and therefore there's an increasing likelihood of adverse health effects. Health-based, non-enforceable guideline. And it departs from the old definition. By the way, the old RHCS biological exposure indices were also, in fact, non-enforceable guideline values. So that's not different. It was just a very, very brief definition and wasn't as clear as we believe the new definition is. I want to remind us that the definition for biological monitoring is actually in the Act. It's not in these regulations. And you'll find this in the Act, and it's actually very similar to what we've been talking about. It's a planned program of periodic collection and analysis of body fluids, tissues, and excreta, or exhaled air, so very familiar, exhaled air, in order to detect and quantify exposure. There it is, very similar to what we've been talking about. So exposure to absorption of a substance or organism by persons. So that's in the Act. And even though there may be some minor variations in terms such as the word use of the term substance, the principle is actually still very accurate. So let's leap across to Annex 3, which was introduced already by Elise. It's all the way down there on page 44 of the regs. And now I'm not going to speak in detail because really these Annex 3 statements are intended to say exactly what I've said in the first part of today. So the purpose of this now, this part of my presentation, is just to say this is where these sentences are, this is where you'll find them, and how they talk to exactly what I've been sharing with you for the first part of this presentation. So point number 7 and 8 talks to the difference between medical surveillance and biological monitoring. It talks about biological monitoring is the means to assess exposure. Okay, therefore, it does not represent an adverse effect or an occupational disease, just exposure. You know this now. And the next point is that the distinction between early biological effects and disease is not always clear. I mentioned this before. There tends to be a gradient where one blends into the other, but a disease is present when there are adverse biological effect progress. The adverse biological effect progresses to clinically detectable organ damage. This is important, as I said, when we have to decide what should be reported. And so that's the progression there. Biological monitoring is in this space here, effect monitoring, and then health surveillance, medical surveillance, disease surveillance. Points 23 to 26 talk about the distinctions between biological monitoring, effect monitoring, and so on. And I'm just going to highlight the bits that support today's discussion. Otherwise, everything is essentially, as I've mentioned in the first part of today, biologic exposure monitoring, the total uptake of a chemical by an individual by all routes. You know this. Effect monitoring, not exposure monitoring. Effect monitoring is non-adverse effect. It's reversible subclinical physiological effects caused by absorption, which we've talked about. And it should be distinguished from medical testing. Sometimes you'll see this term effect monitoring. Biological effect monitoring, effect monitoring is sometimes loosely used by us as colleagues, describing, in fact, disease surveillance, looking for the effect, for example, of asthma, looking for things like asthma, etc., etc. So effect monitoring, sometimes loosely used for disease monitoring. It's probably best not to do so. Biological effect monitoring, and then disease monitoring, all part of medical surveillance. And so we've talked about that. The objectives we've covered in great detail. There's nothing here that I haven't talked about in the first part, but just to tell you that the objectives are addressed in point number 28, A to G, and it talks about why do we do biological monitoring, which is what we spoke about earlier. And then biological exposure indices, points number 31 to 34, reiterates that there are guidelines. They must not be used as statutory reference values. This is in our Annex 3 to remind us. They do not represent a sharp distinction between hazardous and non-hazardous exposures. Because of this problem of biological variability, it's possible that an individual measurements can exceed the BI without incurring increased risk, and inversely, people who are more susceptible may be harmed at levels below the BI. So this has to be applied with insight by the occupational health professionals. So if you find that a particular group of people at work is exposed to levels above the PEI, in other words, the BI persistently exceed the BI, then that really does warrant investigation and proper action taken to consider to reduce the exposure if there's persistent exceedance. And those actions really, we're not talking about in legally enforced stuff here. We're talking about good practice to reduce the likelihood of increasing health effects. This last point is that you can't extrapolate one value against the other. If you're talking about BEIs, they refer to 8 hours exposures, 5 days a week. And you can't now say, well, okay, if that's the BEI for an 8-hour, 5 days a week exposure, what about non-occupational exposure out there for, all week long? You can't then do a conversion factor and multiply one by X number of hours and say, oh, therefore, the long-term exposure value is that in the non-occupational group, designed specifically for this setting. All right, so the biologic exposure indices in table 4, now it's not table 3 anymore, table 4, is really very similar by way of looks. There's the chemical, they're pure chemicals with a CAS number, they're not mixtures. The table tells you which sample to use, whether urine, blood, or otherwise. Sometimes you can use either. And then the sampling time is not how long to sample for. It's sometimes a bit ambiguous. It just means when do you take the sample? At the end of the shift, end of the work week, or it doesn't really matter, not critical. This is the value, the BI value itself, and the units. You can see there it is again, this mentioning of micrograms per gram. That's a corrected version. So it corrects for the urine's concentration or dilution, as opposed to where it doesn't matter. There's certain chemicals for which the conversion is not necessary. So that is the unit. Then these notations really are just pointers at sort of at the end to point out that there's certain levels of uncertainty attached to these particular ones. Some of them do, some of them don't have these notations. Where they do, the B for background means that this determinant, this is the word used by the ACGH and by our regs, the determinant, which is the metabolite or the chemical, may be present in specimens collected from subjects who haven't been occupationally exposed. So this value includes basically a combination of it incorporates the background exposure. Okay, so background means it's incorporating background exposure. Non-specific NS means that it's also observed. This particular determinant is observed after exposure to other chemicals, not just acetone. So you can get acetone from exposure to ketones, etc., other chemicals. Term semi-quantitative just also points out that it's an indicator of exposure for which the quantitative interpretations are not clear. So this really is a semi-quantitative value, not a quantitative, cannot be used as a quantitative interpretation. This image is not taken from our regs. It's just to illustrate a point. This NQ is mentioned in our regs. It means non-quantitative. And it's seen in the actual BI publication by the ACGH, of which I've made a copy here. This is not from our table 4. And I'm just putting it there to explain to you what it means, and otherwise you'll wonder why it's there. It refers to where certain chemical determinants the ACGIH felt should be considered for monitoring, but they don't have a BEI because they don't have sufficient data in order to determine that BEI. So they published it in their document, so naphthalene here, pentachlorophenol, but there's no BEI. And for that reason, you won't find these in table 4 because it will just confuse us, including myself. But that NQ, I think you will see as a mention at the back of the table. All right, so you won't see these. Finally, this important relationship between the OELs, the TLVs, and the BEIs. So bearing in mind that the BEI usually represents a level of the agent that is most likely to be observed. So the level, the BEI level of the agent most likely to be observed in a specimen from a healthy worker who's been exposed at the TLV. All right, bear in mind that the BEI represents exposure at TLV. Okay, there's some exceptions to this, but in the main, BEIs and the ACGIH TLV, when I say TLV, I'm talking about ACGIH TLV, these are both health-based, non-enforceable guideline values. This has been mentioned several times today, but they align. These two, the BEI and the TLV align. This means that when an employee's biomonitoring level reaches the BEI value, that employee's exposure has reached the level of the health-based ACGIH TLV, above which one can start expecting an increasing likelihood of adverse effects. Okay, and therefore mitigations should reasonably be expected and start to be implemented. And that's a useful pointer. If you're doing biological exposure measurements and you see the BEI tells you, you can now start seeing the potential for adverse health effects and measures should be implemented. And so given the 2 times relationship between the ACGIH TLV and our RHCA OEL, the RHCA can simply adopt, our regulations can now adopt these BEIs with all the documented research that's gone into the development And an employee who is exposed at the level of the non-enforceable BEI can be considered to be at approximately 50% of the enforceable OEL. That relationship, I believe, is tremendously valuable. So to illustrate this by way of a graphic view, let's look at a fictitious chemical with a new RHCA OEL of a fictitious 100th part per million, and also has a new BEI of 20 micrograms per gram creatinine. So here's the column representing an exposure value at RHCA OEL, which is 2 times the TLV. So there, that's 100 parts per million. 50 parts per million represents the ACGIH TLV. And an exposure at that level would be expected to be at what one would find if one were to be measuring that employee's biological marker. So that particular chemical, we would expect it to be at about 20 micrograms per gram creatinine if you measure that particular biological marker. And at 20 micrograms per gram creatinine of that chemical, we can expect that they are being exposed to about the ACGIH TLV. This is a health-based guideline. This is a health-based guideline. And between these exposures, there's an increased likelihood of an adverse effect. Therefore, mitigation steps are recommended. Not enforceable, but strict, but obviously recommended because there's an increased risk beyond that point. But exposure above this value, this is the threshold of reasonably practicable. So mitigation steps here now are mandatory and enforceable. Note that you can't just simply multiply the BEI by 2 to get an equivalent value of our OEL. So if we wanted a BEI up here of our OEL, we can't just say, oh, well, let's just double the BEI, and that would be the same as the OEL. You can't do that. It's on an arithmetic relationship. It's more complicated than that. So the take-home message is this: biological monitoring has an important part to play. Hopefully today I've made that clear in protecting the health of workers. The exposure indices are health-based guidance values. Test selection and timing requires careful thought, and interpreting those test outcomes requires the understanding of the limitations of biological monitoring, and therefore you need occupational health professionals directly involved in the interpretation. And just some comments about some additional reading where you may find very useful content. This is the documentation of the threshold limit values published by the ACGIH. So it's a large volume of information which is worth reading. Worth keeping on the shelf, not worth reading. And this one is also a very useful document to keep on the shelf. It's called the Guide to Occupational Exposure Values. So inside, it's a table that looks a little like our table, RHCA table, table 4, but it includes very useful things like MAT and BAC values and references to teratogenesis and carcinogenesis, which is really handy. Keep that on your shelf. And this is the quick guide, quick reference to TLVs and BEIs. A colleague of ours, Mary Coombs, wrote a very useful article in the Occupational Health Journal back in 2013, which is worth reading, where he talks about all of the stuff I've mentioned today. And this is probably the Bible of biological monitoring, published by Robert Lowry's and called Industrial Chemical Exposure. Okay, thank you very much. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was Dr. Greg Q, a member of the Technical Committee number 7 that had contributed to the development of the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021, having done a very, very broad presentation there in dealing with the important concepts from an occupational medicine point of view. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Greg Q. I now have the honor of inviting the final speaker today, and that is Ms. Deirdre Penfold from BUSA, the BUSA representative. And I just need to quickly find her presentation, which I think I have opened already. Yes, I do. And I will be sharing her presentation from my side on her behalf. If you could just check your microphone in the meantime.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly well. And I just want to check with you if you can see the slides there.
I can. Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to put it in presentation mode would be great. Thank you.
Pleasure. Please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is indeed a great pleasure to represent BUSA, but at the same time also represent the Chemical and Allied Industries Association. And right up front, I just want to make an apology. The original agenda I got, we were slotted in, I think, for 25 to 1 until 1, and I was comfortable with that. Unfortunately, at 1, I have, and it has started, a NEDLAC meeting. So I will do the introductory part of this presentation, and then I will hand over to Glenn Malaber, Head of Policy Analysis from our office, who will then present on behalf of myself until the end of the presentation. If that's in order, Chair.
That's fine, thank you. Please proceed.
Right, so maybe just to provide some context as to the importance of the GHS for the chemical industry. I think in Thiba's opening remarks this morning, he made it quite clear as to the need for this, and we've been working on this for a long, long time, and that the Department of Employment and Labour has taken the lead in this is very encouraging. So BUSA, so let's start with CAIA. CAIA is the Chemical Allied Industries Association. It's the body that represents the chemical industry and its entire value chain in South Africa. I must say in the last couple of months, probably during COVID, but even up until about a day or so ago, there is a great interest in the work that CAIA does, and we will have a look at what it covers. But certainly for growth in the chemical industry on the African continent. So how does CAIA fit in with BUSA? So BUSA is Business Unity South Africa. It's the overarching business organization for the country. And CAIA is a member of BUSA, and I represent BUSA at the Department of Employment and Labour on the Advisory Council for Occupational Health and Safety. So that just gives you some context of the BUSA-CAIA relationship. And then I just want to talk around where CAIA fits in internationally and the drive that CAIA is part of in implementing the GHS system. So the Chemical Allied Industries Association forms part of the Council of Chemical Associations, which is an international body that represents chemical companies as well as trade associations relating to the chemical industry throughout the world. Part of the ICCA, as it is known, CAIA serves on the steering committee as part of the board of directors, and then it also has 2 leadership groups, namely the Responsible Care Leadership Group, as well as the Chemical Health Policy and Health Leadership Group. Now, both these leadership groups, and this is on an international basis, focus and have as a core area of the work that they do the implementation of GHS throughout the world. So when we look at Africa and South Africa, obviously the association here has provided a lot of input, and Glenn will actually talk to some of that, what we've done and how we've progressed and how we got to this point. And I want to say thank you very much to the department for engaging with us, because I think we represent the entire industry across the board, as I say, from a value chain point of view. So both the Responsible Care initiative, which is the international, well, it's the chemical industry's comprehensive safety, health, environment, and security voluntary initiative, which is a set of program elements that drives excellence. And certainly in South Africa, folk are very much aware of this program, and it's been implemented in close to 70 countries worldwide. And one of the areas, focus areas, as I say, is the implementation of the GHS. What we do look at from the Responsible Care Leadership Group is a focus in terms of capacity building, and that's where the training takes place and the assistance with our panels of experts, as well as then growing responsible care initiative in Africa, which obviously looks at things like management of hazardous chemicals, safe transportation of chemicals, and then obviously the GHS falls within that. You can leave it on the first slide. Thank you. That's just my introductory remarks, and Glenn will continue. So that is where we fit in. And from an African perspective, the ICCA has learnt of and provided training in a number of African countries through the German government and the GIZ. So we are very much involved with that, and also involved with some of the training and with UNITAR on GHS. So we also look forward again to engaging with the department on that. So if we then go to, so that just gives you context of where we fit in, that we're not just a local yokel, that doesn't fit in internationally and doesn't see the bigger picture. Certainly the GHS and the implementation across borders is extremely important for trade, and we have been engaging quite extensively with the EU and the US. So what we will be covering is KAIA and its mandate and what it stands for, the importance of chemicals, the power of the GHS for education and awareness raising activities, and that's one of the core elements and pillars of what KAIA is about, the importance of the GHS to market access and internationally aligned chemicals management objectives, and then I think important for this workshop, KAIA's recent journey with the GH implementation in South Africa. We can go to the next slide, Chair. So if you just have a look at KAIA's primary goals, they include advocating industry advancement and cohesion, and we've got numerous examples of where we've undertaken that over the last couple of years. I've spoken about the international initiative, a voluntary initiative for the chemical industry, namely responsible care, earning public trust for the chemical industry. We've had a number of incidents, not only within South Africa, but within the continent, where we need to start earning the trust from the public, from government, around the chemical industry and the role it plays. And I think we also need to remember that chemicals are in everything we touch, we have anything to do with. There is a chemical somewhere along the line. Then strengthening its advocacy efforts and lobbying with government. I think we do that very well. And we also engage very strongly with SABS and the various government departments that are relevant to our membership. Driving multi-industrial participation and facilitation opportunities for the entire value chain. We look at things like blended financing, where we're looking at projects from a circular economy point of view, etc. Supporting education initiatives in science, engineering, and technology, and creating maximum value, obviously, for our member companies. And also just to say that many of the other associations that are related to us, maybe chemicals, fragrances, cosmetics, etc. And I heard Tiba talk about the implementation of GHS and around chemicals, cosmetics, etc. Are also members of ours, or we engage with them on a regular basis to get a holistic view of some of the areas. So Chair, that unfortunately is where I'm going to leave it. I hope that gives you an idea, just as an opening, some of my opening remarks related to the topic of implementation of the GHS. Thank you very much. And once again, my apologies that I need to leave the meeting, and I will now hand over to Glenn, who will then continue my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Deirdre Penfold. I hand over to you, Mr. Glenn Mahebo. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can everybody hear me? Could I just confirm that?
Audio perfect. Yes, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You can move to the next slide. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, Glenn, you want the one on the importance of chemicals or the one following?
Following it, please. Importance of chemicals. Chair, I don't see a change. I'm not sure about the rest of the participants, but
let me reshare. I'll just stop the sharing and reshare for you again. One moment.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can see that slide. It's now on education and awareness. Should I move back?
Yes, please. Thanks. That's perfect. So
okay.
we already spoke this morning. It's been highlighted on several occasions that chemicals are indeed critical to our way of life. They are ubiquitous, and from an economic and sectoral perspective, they play a role in all of the value chains, both upstream and downstream of the chemicals sector. So, for example, even in mining, chemicals are critical for that sector's output. Chemicals, chemical products, and technologies are used in almost every area of life and facets of the world economy. They support almost all other manufacturing sectors as well as other sectors, and they play an indispensable role in the provision of essential services such as healthcare. Clean water was mentioned earlier, as well as in economic growth. You can change slides. Specifically, if we look at sectors that we create value-added products for, we look at consumer chemicals, including water, energy, food, pharmaceuticals, very importantly, hygiene, cosmetics, toiletries, fragrances, flavorings, paints, plastics, aerosols, to name a few. So you can really see there the wide range of inputs that the chemical sector has. More interestingly, perhaps lately, if you've been following the Mars rover laboratory and the landings there's been some recent strong developments in the aerospace field. Chemicals are most definitely playing their role in terms of research, development, and innovation as well. Next slide. So just before we move into the meat of the presentation, Kaya and the rest of industry found it quite frustrating a number of years ago by the slow implementation of the globally harmonized system of classification and labeling. This is a completely different story today as the Department of Employment and Labour launches the Hazardous Chemical Agents regulations, but specifically in terms of updating the local standard, South African National Standard 10234, that speaks to the GHS. It was mostly a voluntary standard, only incorporated into legislation in a very few places, such as the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment's waste classification and management regulations that required waste streams, as you can imagine, would be considered a new mixture and would require classification and the development of a safety data sheet. Other than that, implementation of SANS 10234 from a legal perspective was very limited while we were awaiting these regulations that at least cover the workplace. Other departments as well are now very much on their way to implementing GHS in their mandates and responsibilities, and we hope that the Department of Employment and Labour, as the lead implementer of the GHS in South Africa, can drive the different competent authorities to have a very clear focus on the different elements of the GHS that they need to be accountable for and responsible for. So this is just a short journey on how our industry has driven and been involved in the further implementation of the GHS in South Africa. Perhaps with this slide starting with the most recent developments, other than these regulations, but the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, as they now known, has a chemicals management education and awareness raising strategy. That's a subcommittee of the multi-stakeholder Committee on Chemicals Management, and CHI identified the GHS as a key tool to enhance chemicals management education and awareness raising through empowerment. So rather than focusing a education and awareness raising strategy on specific substances, where it's possible, rather raise awareness and provide education on the GHS, because you can really kill many birds with one stone. The GHS provides the opportunity in this context not only to align chemicals hazard classification and labeling in all these different implementing countries, as you've heard today, but also to ensure that chemicals used in environments such as at the workplace and even at home are managed appropriately. We've recently seen that very many calls to our domestic poison centers are due to pharmaceuticals. So this information is very important going forward to these awareness raising activities. Also, pictograms are ideal for exposing young children to the GHS and are language neutral. And as I mentioned, GHS provides further opportunity to focus on groups of chemicals rather than individual substances or agents, providing more bang for your buck in terms of increasing the effectiveness of chemicals management messaging. Next slide, please. Thanks. The GHS also is very important from a very different perspective, and that's market access. As we know, exports to the European Union and the United Kingdom are very important to South Africa's GDP, to its economy and growth. So it's very important that products we supply to these markets conform with those countries' domestic requirements. So you'll hear a little bit more about it shortly, but CHI established a work group that was then expanded to include stakeholders of the South African Bureau of Standards work group that looks at updating the mostly voluntary domestic standard. And we wanted to put together a proposal that would drive implementation of GHS in South Africa, and we feel we've successfully accomplished this now. You'll see the alignment we've achieved in a later slide, but suffice it to say that market access for exports is a key factor in economic growth and employment objectives, and responds to a priority intervention captured in the economic reconstruction and recovery plan that's entitled Employment-Oriented Strategic Localization, Reindustrialization and Export Promotion. So we're very proud that we are speaking to one of these priority interventions. Another point is that because we managed to align with one of South Africa's biggest trading partners, the European Union, we, as the work group, aligned that the South African national standard should then also align to that, and that happens to align also with the Department of Employment and Labour's implementation as well, referring to the latest revision of the UN Purple Book for implementation. So you can see slowly but surely together government and industry are driving GHS in South Africa, and it's slowly coming together. Next slide, please. So not always to say things have been going so well. You can see these dates and timelines presented on the slide is almost 20 years ago. We have a very close link to the GHS in South Africa. It was decided to be adopted in 2002 already, and at the World Summit on Sustainable Development that took place in Johannesburg in 2002, it was resolved that countries were encouraged to implement GHS as soon as possible with the view of having to have the system fully operational by 2008. So we're somewhat behind the curve there, but this, we believe, is a thing of the past. And as soon as we can get complete alignment across government in terms of the different competencies and in terms of how the local standard is used, we can go full steam ahead. Next slide, please. Thanks. Some more strategic decisions were made in 2015 relating to the sound management of chemicals. This was adopted at an international level, both for the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, specifically Target 12.4, that speaks to chemicals management. And I'm very glad SAICHM was mentioned earlier as well. The strategic approach to international chemicals management. It's a voluntary multinational environmental agreement. They also set objectives 1 to 4 of the SAICHM Global Action Plan that relate to risk reduction, strengthening knowledge and information sharing, governance, the strengthening of institutions, law and policy, as well as capacity building. We believe GHS speaks to all 4 of these priorities. Next slide. Just a note as well, as Deirdre mentioned, there's a strong link with Business Unity South Africa. And although we didn't, we took a decision as USA not to comment on the occupational exposure limits nor biological exposure indices, but rather to leave that to individual companies to comment on. We were supportive of GHS implementation from a principled perspective. Just like to add from what Deirdre was saying, that Kaya was the lead of the work group that responded to the draft HC regs at the time. Next slide. Then just some more on Kaya's journey with driving implementation of the GHS in South Africa. The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment has a multi-stakeholder committee on chemicals management, as I mentioned. And we were really frustrated there that there wasn't any forward movement, and that led to the establishment of the Kaya work group and then the subsequent extension thereof that has now resulted in these proposals being put forward to the Department of Employment and Labour as well as the South African Bureau of Standards. Next slide. So we do have an aligned way forward. We are very proud of our journey and our contribution. So the mostly voluntary domestic standard is to be updated to the latest revision of the UN Purple Book. As we said, this aligns with implementation by the European Union and the hazardous chemical agents regulations. And as the lead department, the Department of Employment and Labour will then drive GHS mandates across government entities. Very positive news going forward. Next slide, please. However, there's a few factors that are critical to successful implementation. One is ongoing representation by not only Kaya, but also industry bodies on the South African Bureau of Standards Working Group that specifically updates the standard. Continual engagement with implementing partners such as the Department of Employment and Labour, other national government departments, the SABs, its stakeholders, as well as the Kaya Extended Work Group. And if there's any interest in joining this extended working group, please do let us know with pleasure. Engagement with other parties where necessary. We hope government will mostly take this forward because GHS will obviously have its have its implementation also at all spheres of government, not just at the national level. Also, very importantly, is to engage regionally, for example, at this Southern African Development Community platform, so that we can drive implementation of the standard, and in the same breath saying the latest revision of the UN Purple Book in neighboring countries. And then finally, which has been a challenge in the past, is to ensure that the mechanisms are now in place to allow more real-time updates to the local standard. So just in closing, colleagues, clearly there have been implementation challenges, but I hope both industry and government have learned from this, and really how advantageous the implementation of the GHS is going to be. With that, I'd like to close. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was Glenn Malherbe, who partnered with his colleague, Ms. Deirdre Penfold, on behalf of BUSA, and having dealt with the contribution of that representative organization in the process of the work, I think, of the TC7 and the work of the Department of Employment and Labour on behalf of the employer organizations. So now we have a moment before we have the final closing remarks by the Chief Inspector, Mr. Tibozana, to just have a few minutes, and we have run a little bit out over time, to have some of you, your questions that have come up in the question and answer box. So I'm going to open the microphone for our presenters and possibly any panelists that may want to add any comments. So the people I may want to perhaps just prompt first would be Ms. Bulelwa Huna, Ms. Elise Lawrence, Dr. Greg Q, as well as Glenn Malherbe, with regard to the list of questions that have been asked in the question and answer box that may already been answered, but I'm sure there are certain key trends that you may want to speak to. So I'm not sure if I could perhaps start with, I don't know, you, Elise, or with Dr. Q, just to get the comments going. We will proceed to the final closing remarks in about 10 minutes time, plus minus. I see that there are some other questions that still requires comments. I'm not sure if you may want to respond to it live. Elise, I see your microphone is open. Please proceed.
Thank you, Ashraf. Yes, I would just like to emphasize that obviously training on the GHS is of critical importance. And it's not only training for industry, where people are actually needing to work with the GHS and understand the requirements and the information that the labels and safety data sheets will provide to them, but also with regards to training for the enforcement on government side. And just to put industry's mind at ease, this is not something that the Department of Employment and Labour specifically left behind. We have actually been training our inspectorates since 2013. And obviously now that we have the legislation in place, this training will intensify. So when it comes to the point of actually enforcing in 18 months, the Department of Employment and Labour would definitely be ready to move out and inspect and enforce and guide as far as possible industry into compliance. That being said, the training has not only been limited to the Department of Employment and Labour, but also other government departments that have a role to play in chemical management and may adopt the GHS into their legislation. For instance, the Department of Health, Department of Environment, Fisheries and Forestries, as well as Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reforms. These four departments have been included in the past and will in future, take forward the training, just to put everybody's mind at ease that, yeah, we are upskilling our inspectorate to be able to assist moving forward. for now, that's it from my side. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you, Lise. That was also a question raised by one of our attendees in terms of the sort of more formalized, recognized or accredited training. Thank you for covering that. Any comment from your side, Dr. Q, with regard to the general trend that you've seen in the list of questions and in the question answer box that you may want to address? Please
Thanks,
proceed.
Ashraf. Yeah, I am pleasantly surprised that there were relatively few questions directed at biological monitoring that I saw. Of course, it could be my colleagues from the National Institute answered many of them before I had a chance to say that's possible, but there were relatively few. There were some questions that alluded more to medical surveillance generally, roles and who does what in terms of medical surveillance. There has been an old uncertainty in the medical surveillance side, and I just wanted to say that these will be addressed when we address the regulations specifically for medical surveillance. So that will all be made clear at a future date. This is really all about biological monitoring for now. And there seems to have been relatively little by way of a lack of clarity around biological monitoring, perhaps, unless it was so complicated that no one wants to ask anything. I sincerely hope not. Over to you.
Well, people will have your presentation as well as the links that you've provided. Thank you very much. I've shared at least one or two of those links in the chat box as well. And once the presentation is available, I'm sure if people have any questions afterwards, they can direct that through the Department of Employment and Labour's contact persons, and perhaps you would be available to assist if they require support. Thank you, Dr. Q.
Sure. Ashraf, just one last thing. My apologies.
Go
As usual, the typical Greg style, I made some minor last-minute changes to my presentation. So the one that I'd like you to share with our colleagues is this latest one, which I'll send to you straight after the session. Back to you.
Thank you. We will certainly do that. Our team here at the NIH would be waiting for your presentation to get that through, upload it, and send out the links to all of our attendees. On your side, Ms. Huna, are there any sort of additional comments, observations you want to make with regard to the importance of this new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021 and the important role players in the industry, both from the employee representatives, trade unions and so on, as well as the employer representatives and any other important stakeholders from an occupational health, occupational medicine, and broadly health and safety point of view? Ms. Huna?
Thanks, Ashraf. I would just like to urge both all role players from the worker perspective and industry perspective to make sure that they go through the regulations, because it should not just be a skim through exercise, because I could pick up from some of the questions that people have not taken an opportunity to go through the regulations, because they need to go through the regulations so that they understand the principles that are maintained in there, because it's very critical for when training is conducted for the workers and other role players that people share the correct information. So reading the regulations and contacting the department for issues of clarity is very important so that we don't get mixed messages out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So there's one or two questions I perhaps just want to throw to our presenters and panelists. There was, is it Theodoki Mapakiti? How to avoid risk associated with housekeeping? What are the advantage limitations of chemical cleaning? So I'm not sure if any of our presenters perhaps just want to share a thought on that. Question raised around housekeeping and chemical potential chemical exposure within that setting. Elise, yeah, go ahead.
Venture. So basically, the household cleaning chemicals that we generally deal with or that we all buy from the supermarket, the hazards associated to those are not as high, if I can put it like that, as we would expect industrial chemicals to be. So the risk is already mitigated to some extent. But that being said, there are still risks. So anybody involved in using, even if you use it in your private capacity, obviously these regulations talk to the work environment specifically, but there are risks that should be considered. In a work environment, obviously, everything would start with the classification of that hazard chemical agent and move through the processes up until a risk assessment, where you will look specifically at what kind of chemicals are in your work environment. If it's cleaning chemicals, what are the risks associated with those cleaning chemicals? And then the classification and the information on the safety data sheet becomes of utmost importance during that risk assessment. So yes, cleaning chemicals definitely are hazardous chemicals, and then based on the classification, whether or not it is then considered to be hazardous chemical agents, these regulations will apply to those as well. I hope that assists to some extent. Thank you, Ashraf.
Ashraf, you are unmute unless you struggling with your microphone.
Okay, I think it's sorted now. Thank you for that, Jeanette. So on Elise, just on the question of Debbie Meir that's there, please, she's asking, I see that the BEI listed are not mostly for pesticide categories, and she has an interest in the ones concerning paraquat and glyphosate. I hope I pronounced the last one properly. If you could come in on there, Elise or Dr. Q. Elise?
Okay, maybe I can just get us started and Dr. Q can at least fill in after me. As we said, for both the BEIs and the OELs, we have not provided either for mixtures. So these are single substances. And obviously also, as I said in my presentation, we needed to make sure that we have a source for future updates and references to updating either BEI or OEL. So if the ACGIH TLV booklet did not provide a specific OEL or BEI, we don't have that in our regulation either. And then the fallback rule applies, where if you do come across these substances or agents and you need to assess exposure, then any other international standard should be looked at. Firstly, look at any other legislated standard, and then secondly, look at any other health-based standards, of which the ACGIH TLVs are the most commonly used one. So that would be the fallback situation that I can recommend. Maybe Dr. Q has got something additionally with regards to those specific agents that it can add. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Q, if I could also just ask you to come in on Dr. Sipu Sanabi's question there. How can we as the Department of Health and other departments participate in the review of SANS 10234? I'm not sure if that's a bit of a stretch in terms of what we're talking about now. He's also stating that he's glad it is now going to be lingered with the provision of the Purple Book and the GHS. Over to you, Dr. Q.
Thanks, Ashraf. Let me have a go at Debbie's question. So, yes, it is Debbie. Indeed, paraquat and glyphosate, that tells me you must be in the forestry industry. Now paraquat is a highly toxic substance, and for which there isn't a BEI, unfortunately. And that's a point that Elise has made, is that one can only make use of BEIs where such exist. And there are a set of criteria by which a BEI may exist. There has to be some mechanism by which to identify that metabolite, and that the measured metabolite has to have some sort of meaning, and there's a set of criteria by which a BEI can exist. There aren't any BEIs for paraquat or glyphosate. You would probably have to look for something else, and there's you could conduct biological effect monitoring if necessary, or even just straightforward medical surveillance. Now, paraquat is just a straightforward toxin, and causes acute lung fibrosis and other things. Glyphosate, I can't remember now, but you may want to consider what those chemicals do and then conduct some sort of an effect or medical surveillance rather. The one from SIPO talks to really about Blue Book stuff and SANS 102s before. That's definitely going to be better answered by Elise, I think.
Yes, thank you very much. She has indicated she's attending to that question. Elise, please proceed. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So yes, the SABS or the SANS code are obviously being developed by the South African Bureau of Standards, and it's not an initiative of the Department of Employment and Labour, although we do have a seat on that committee, but that is very much just to coordinate inputs from the country to take back to the international UN committee. So and we've been skirting around it and not saying it outright today, but I think maybe we can say it outright. The reason why the Department of Employment and Labour chose to refer directly to the Purple Book or the GHS UN Purple Book specifically, and not the SANS 10234 code, is for two reasons. Because firstly, the SANS 2332 that was updated recently has only been updated to revision 4 of the GHS. And the GHS, as you see, we already referred to revision 8, and revision 9 will be published in July this year. So the SANS code is outdated. It is a little bit behind, which could result in some difficulties, especially for companies who want to import or export their products. The other reason for not referring to the SANS code specifically is the cost. The GHS Orange Book can be downloaded from the UN website, and a link has been placed already today for free. You can get that entire quite thick document downloaded for free. And in comparison, the SANS codes, as we all know, are for sale only. But that doesn't prevent anybody from actually obtaining that code and using it if they find it a more user-friendly document. For the Department of Health, if they want to participate in this STC that are drafting the SANS code, they must contact the Bureau of Standards, and then I'm sure an invitation will be extended to them to form part of that subcommittee. But as I said, it is not an initiative of the Department of Employment and Labour. We found that the best route for us would be to refer to the Purple Book directly. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you very much, Elise. And I think this could perhaps be a final question, Dr. Q. Vijay Moodley is asking, am I right in understanding that while BEI is not enforced, biological monitoring is? And I see you busy typing an answer as well.
I was busy typing. Yes, thank you. That's such a good question. I was hoping to remain typing it rather than having to answer it live, because it is a good question. The need to perform biological monitoring, there is a legal requirement to do a health risk assessment, which would determine the need to perform biological monitoring. So biological monitoring is not automatic. If you have a chemical in that workplace, which is listed in table 4, this was previously caused great consternation in the previous hazardous chemical substances regs. It doesn't infer automatically that biological monitoring has to be done on that chemical. First, you do a risk assessment. And if there's sufficient risk to infer that there may be alternate pathways than air monitoring, or if the air monitoring alone, and if all the triggers for reasons to do biological monitoring are there, then yes, but not just simply the presence of a table 4 substance. So biological monitoring is required, but only where a hazardous chemical agent risk assessment has been done and motivates that it should be done. And the BEI then correctly is not an enforceable standard, it's a guideline. Hopefully, Vijay, that's answered your question.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Q. And I think that brings our session around the open question answer session to a closure. And thanks to the presenters and panelists for assisting there. There is one question by Joe Benjamin, which maybe Mr. Tibor Zana can address. Joe Benjamin is asking when the Occupational Health and Safety Bill is expected to be published for comment, or that you may have to direct that question through the communication and contact people that is going to be on the slides again that we'll do just after closure. So without further ado, we've had lots of comments from our attendees on the chat box congratulating the presenters. Each one, after they were done, had these positive comments and thanks for the very detailed and very informative presentations that have been offered. Those presentations will be made available after the webinar. Within a 24 to 48 hours, we will be sending out the links to you after it's been uploaded. And as you'll note, we will be getting some updated versions of the presentations as our presenters had included the most recent information and updates. And before I hand over for the closing remarks and thank you by the Chief Inspector, Mr. Tibor Zana. Also thanks to all of those attendees who were sharing links and so on in the chat box and assisting each other when sometimes some people might have had audio issues, etc. So today, in bringing the program, which is the launch of the National Department of Employment and Labor's regulations of the hazardous chemical agents 2021, we've had, as Dr. Q said, the most senior of the Department of Employment and Labor's officials, head office officials in this particular webinar. And it's been a pleasure from the NIOH side to have had the opportunity to support and partner with the Department of Employment and Labor. So from from the welcoming by Mr. Zana, the message of support by Dr. Khalamono, as well as the laying the basic framework by Ms. Maggie Mulwa, and then followed by the specialist Ms. Wahuna. After the comfort break, the specialist Ms. Elise Lawrence and Dr. Who's a member of the technical committee number 7. Ms. Deirdre Penfold and her colleague, Herba, having represented the employer stakeholders. Thank you. That was the detailed sort of program that the Department of Labor has brought to you. But hand over to the official closing remarks. Thank you. I now call upon the Chief Inspector, Zana, to share his screen and open his microphone so that we can have the final closing remarks on behalf of the Department of Employment and Labor. I hand over to you, Mr. Zana.
Director, thank you very much. We obviously appreciate the brilliant job that you've done, and thank you for carrying us through the session. On behalf of the Inspector General, then, thanks to everyone that has attended, all the presenters for the great work, and also to the Advisory Council for the work that they've done in getting this regulation passed as they've done. The TCs and the TC members, including Dr. Q, thank you very much for the key role that you played in getting the regulation passed at this stage. And we do indeed value the contribution that you have made up to now. As has been touched on, there are 500 new inspectors that we have taken on. These inspectors join the 176 that we've had. And of course, we will be training them intensively, as you've heard the people from the Department of Employment and Labor indicate. These inspectors will play a key role, obviously, in ensuring that implementation does take place. And I'll explain to you why in a moment. Of course, the information that has been provided, we welcome the comments and the inputs that you have made. Remember, this regulation is not our regulation, but you have contributed as an industry to the development of this regulation through your public comments and so on. I think something that has been raised that is probably key in this sector specifically relates to the fact that you have information or statistics that's not making sense. And it was touched on a couple of times. Masuna also reflected on that we are sitting with information currently that we don't agree with. So somewhere the reporting in this regard is problematic. And when Ms. Penfold did take the floor, she indicated one important thing, and that is that they do cover the main role players in the sector and are involved to some degree or the other with regard to the value chain. And that is an important aspect in relation to ensuring compliance and implementation is successful. So, of course, there's a new way of operating. We are changing our regulations. Some of these regulations have been around forever, as you've seen, such as this one. It has changed very little over time, and we are reviewing all our regulations. There are now 22 regulations, the ergonomics being the latest, and quite a number of them have already been through the mill. So you'll see that we are becoming more involved. Our model is very simply advocacy, inspections, and enforcement. So before we enforcing, we are giving you an opportunity to comply and work with us. And you'll see that we have online activities as well in terms of videos that we produce. So we'll provide you with the information, and we need you to commit to the compliance. We have already got an MOU with the sector, the chemical sector, that was signed some time ago. Masuna will need to renew this, and we'll need to obviously engage the industry as a whole new on this regulations that we are bringing out. To Ms. Lawrence, Elise Lawrence, and the work that she's done, thank you to you and your team on the TC, as I've indicated. Masuna, thank you for the manner in which you're dealing with the regulations and getting them on the ground to the people who matter. At the end of the day, our workers must be protected. And at this stage, if we look at the statistics, we don't see the type of information coming through to guide us on what's happening on the ground. So this is quite an important thing. Thank you, as I've indicated, again to the program director, and more specifically, Dr. Khalamona, to you and your team for the fantastic job that you've done, and to the NIOH and its senior managers, thank you for your contribution. We are looking forward to working with you. Again, to my supervisor, Ms. Moilwa, thank you for joining us today and the opportunity that you presented in making sure that you support us in ensuring that vulnerable workers are covered. Over to you then, Program Director. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. That is the Chief Inspector, Mr. Tibozana, bringing our webinar, the virtual launch of the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents 2021 to a closure. And my final duty would be just to thank all of the panelists that the Department of Employment and Labor has arranged to support the process and answer all of the questions that you've had placed in the question and answer box. And that includes the speakers themselves, Mr. Warren Mullen, who's also a specialist at the Department of Employment and Labor, Jabulile Mhlope, another specialist at the Department of Employment and Labor, Patience Ngubeni, the technical assistant at the Department of Employment and Labor, and then colleagues at the NIH, Dr. Odette Volming from the Occupational Medicine section, Jeanette Mangani, who is the head of the Occupational Hygiene section here at the NIH. Thank you very much for your contributions as panelists, also answering the questions there in the question and answer box. We have not been able to get to all of the questions in the Q&A box, and I'm about to just add a note to those attendees whom we have not been able to answer, where you could direct your questions in order to secure a response to your particular question. And with that, I thank all of you, presenters, panelists, the teams within the Department of Employment, Labour and NIOH who's made this particular live virtual launch of the Department of Employment and Labour's Regulations for Hazardous Chemical Agents 2021. Thank you very much. And to all of you as attendees, be reminded that the new regulations now needs to be spread in terms of education and awareness, and ensure that all of the important persons within the workplace and employees get the necessary exposure and training in the new in the whole of the regulations, and in particular in the new provisions and the changes and improvements that have taken place. I thank you, and we close this webinar at this point. I will be playing the slides with some of the links that you may require in order to secure the regulations itself, etc. Goodbye. See you in the next webinar.